Yeah.
Well, we should. Yeah. It's random, it's just out. All right, folks, I'm gonna bring this regular meeting of the Hermosa Town Board to order on August 18th at 6 p.m. Starting with roll call. Trustee Ferguson?
Here.
Trustee Kramer, still absent of illness. Trustee Machini?
Yes.
Trustee Miller? And trustee services here. Thank you to everyone else for coming. Full house tonight. Good to see. Alrighty, let's roll into the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Moving right into comments from the public, our opening section for anybody who would like to address the board before we get into the business. Anybody have anything? Going once, going twice. Oh, okay. Moving into call for changes, review current agenda items, and if anybody would like to make a motion to either accept, or if anybody would like to add amendments. Discussion only amendments.
I make a motion we accept the agenda as read.
Motion made. Do we have a second? Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, consent calendar approval of August 4th. Regular meeting minutes. I want motions to accept or amend.
I make a motion to approve the August 4th, 2026 regular meeting minutes.
Motion made. Do we have a second? Really nuts.
No, second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? August 4th minutes. They're long. They're like, there's a way out there. Oh, this is one, Scott, I don't think anybody's mentioned to you since the ordinance. Have you reviewed the sewer ordinance?
Yes,
You're all.
I'm ready to talk.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, all right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Yep, August 4th approved.
I make a motion we approve August 12th special meeting minutes.
Motion made. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded. Further discussion? This was a very short one, so that's good. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. And August 13th meeting minutes, special meeting minutes.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the August 13th meeting minutes, special meeting minutes.
Motion made. Do we have a second? Made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. And for those of you who not aware, those last two special meetings were our budget meetings, which went super smooth, super quick, which is weird, but good. All right. Into conflict of interest, roll call voting for any agenda item where a conflict of interest is formally identified. And moving right into legal town attorney report, Mr. James, that's your.
All right, so I think some of these meetings I've only had like a couple items, but this time I don't. So I've got a whole bunch. So I made a list of 6 items from the last meeting that I've been asked to look at. So I'm going to try to go through my list and hit every one of those, tell you what had happened those months. And the first one I got is the sewer ordinance review. So I'll just start with that one. So I did look at the ordinance that was drafted. I think that, in general, I think it's fairly coherent and makes sense. However, there's one issue that I do think we should not approve it and revise it. And the issue is, at the very end of the ordinance, it's section 51.99 penalty. And what it just says is, any person who violates any provisions of this chapter shall be subject to criminal charges. Each day of violation shall constitute a separate offense. The prior versions of the ordinance had like specific penalties. It had like, it's $100 fine or something per day, or, you're subject to a class 2 misdemeanor, that kind of thing. This language here is probably, there's a rule about criminal statutes that says that basically if it's too vague to put the person on notice of what the penalty is, then it can't be used to enforce anything. And so I think that this arguably is too vague to enforce. And so I would recommend, looking back at those prior versions of the ordinance, I think some of the language in those was fine. So if you want to include provisions like that, it's a class 2 misdemeanor, it carries $100 fine per day or something like that. I mean, whatever you want to say, that's fine, but it has to put the person on notice of what happens if they violate this. So that is my recommendation. I don't think you can implement this if, you're gonna have a hard time if it can't be enforced. So that's my only recommendation that is, that holds it up. There were a couple other things that just sort of style wise, I mean, some of the prior ordinances, like, so there's a part here about, you can't discharge things into the sanitary sewer, I think some of the other prior versions of the ordinance said like, here's what you can do with it, like it sort of said, give it permission, you may do this with it, kind of thing. So that people, I mean, people can sort of put them on notice however you want. You don't have to put that in the ordinance itself, but might have been helpful, to somebody that's knowing, well, I can't do this with it. What can I do? But apart from that, I mean, the penalty is really the big issue. And so, again, I just recommend changing that to have some specific penalties. So that's, I guess if there are any questions about that, I can answer them. That's the first issue. So anybody got anything for me on that one? Anybody from the public? Anything? No? Okay.
I just like to let everybody else go and before, so the penalty, my thoughts is, we should have like a central location within the ordinance that handles how we penalize ordinance violations, right? And I feel like this should.
I believe
where it would be referenced.
I believe you do, in a different part of the ordinances. And so it could be very simple to just refer back to that.
Right.
That would cover it, but this language doesn't really do that. So,
Right. Then like if we need, because if something changes in statute and what the municipality can and cannot charge changes with it, we only want to have to change it in one spot, not in different spots throughout, right? So.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, this type of violation though, is a little different than other types of violations. I mean, this is sort of, when you do a sewer violation, I mean, it's sort of an ongoing public nuisance. So there may be a reason why the prior versions of the ordinance had like a per day penalty, where that wouldn't really make sense if you were penalizing somebody for, jaywalking across the street or something. It's not, you don't need to have $100 penalty per day or whatever. It's just, you did it once, here's your fine. So it might need to look a little different than sort of your generic violation, because you want to incentivize people to get that problem resolved right away. You just say, well, it's $100 fine if you let your sewer flow into the street. Then they just, okay, well, you're gonna fine me $100, I'm gonna keep doing it. Well, I don't know, maybe not, hopefully there's nobody that's that, but you never know.
$100 a day, and then it's
$100 a day is a little more motivating to, get this problem solved. So kind of my sense on that, but yeah.
What do y'all think? We should let Scott redraft that so it's not what's dialed in. That particular section is.
We could do it for free. You made it clear what we need to do.
Yeah, it's not tricky language, but it just needs to be specific.
Yeah. All right. Good to know. So revise that, and then, yeah, so now how do we have to do this? Because that was a second reading. Do we do an additional second reading, or do we have to go back to first?
Well, your second reading passed it contingent on my approval, and so it's basically failed that, so. My view is that it did not pass, so if we do go back to first reading, we just do
Okay,
new language.
very good. Go ahead.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So the next issue, I got so many, I was gonna take a rest for a bit. Not yet. So I think the other issue from the last meeting was to draft a letter to Conifer and HT Heartland Electric. So that was done, that was sent out. I think I copied Terry on that letter, saying basically, please submit your letter to or your invoice to Conifer for payment. And I've not heard from those folks at all, so don't know. I've not checked my certified mail. I don't know if I said certified mail or not, but if I did, I don't know. I would have thought if they wanted to raise a ruckus about it, I would have heard about it already. I didn't. The next issue came up. So there's an issue that was brought up at the time by our engineer about some an easement for some water lines. That was sort of an area near Chuck's house. I think there was a couple of sales that were going on in that area, a couple of parcels. And so essentially the town has some water lines that are in that area that we don't have a recorded easement on. I don't, I mean, obviously people have given us permission, to have the lines there. I don't think there's any danger of us, losing the right to do that, but the title company for those folks, said, well, we'd be more comfortable if there was a written easement for this. The easements had been sort of documented on a survey, and that had been allowed to be recorded with the register of deeds, even though there was no easement attached to it. Ordinarily, if I'm gonna do an easement for, I think it covered maybe like 4 or 5 landowners there. And so if I was gonna do an easement, I mean, all of those folks would have to sign off. They would have to agree that, they were granting the town that easement. Certainly it's cleaner to do it that way. Is it an immediate need or issue? No. It's not something that has to be done right away. There's no, I confirm there's no closing this is holding up. If nobody's having an issue with this, and the answer was no. So again, I can do that for the town if that's needed. I'm not representing to you that it's an urgent need or anything. It's just something that, and I don't know whether, this situation with these lines is the only situation like this. I didn't go and look for our other water lines, whether there's any other, areas in town where we've got lines but no easements. I don't know. I mean, that could be, but so it might make sense to take that on more comprehensively than just the one if we have that issue. But maybe that's something I could do instead, would be to sort of review the entire situation, see if we have a bunch of those like that, or is it just this one situation? But that's what I looked into. I didn't draw up the easement because again, I don't, it's not, please.
The back between the lots and everything, there has been an easement for all the utilities. All the utilities are down that block.
So it's right, so this is where we're looking at, it's out right here, if I'm recalling correctly, the line runs down here. Yeah, and my question would be is if those,
Goes east and west too. The light, electrical and everything goes in there because the electrical.
no, I'm just talking about the actual water line.
Oh,
The
okay.
water line runs down here. If the plats I've seen have a general easement attached to the property line, first 8 feet, I think, something like that. I don't know if these specifically do, but I think that's what we should look for, is that if these plats have the documented existing easement of, I think it's 8 feet standard along the edge of every lot line for utilities. So it wouldn't be a specific.
Yeah, I don't
Call
know.
out specifically like an easement along that. It would just be like a general statement on the plat.
Sure, and to be fair, I really didn't do a very comprehensive review. I just looked at this situation and said, what is there regarding this? And so, and the main register of deeds, Terry Morgan, was not in the office at that time. So she's really reliable on stuff like this to go back. So I mean, I would need to spend some time probably digging around if I wanted to do that, but kind of, I don't want to do it aimlessly. It's not something the board wants me to do, so.
I think we could probably do like a preemptive, we should have the plats, we should have the plats in files.
That's the original town site.
This is original township.
They're hard to read plat. Those are the ones we looked at there. All
Where
that's
everything's weird
original.
and fine print and generic and
Mhm.
convoluted and sweet. Alright. Yeah, cause that what I'm just trying to look up parcel numbers here quick. No, but yeah, that would be. There should be something in the file for those stuff. I mean, I think somewhere because we've done that. You can look around, take a looky. And if we don't come up with anything, then or at least we can point you in the right direction.
Sure, I'll just kind of wait for further guidance on that, get that.
But there's no like immediate legal.
No, it's just, the title company did want me to express to the town that they felt very strongly there should be some, they would use it as an issue if there were future sales or closings there. So,
Okay.
that was their,
So 9318319.
931.
and also keep in mind, I guess one other thing I need to make sure, this is the title company told me that I didn't ask anybody here. If any of these lines or utilities have been in those areas for more than 20 years, I mean, legally, we have what's called a prescriptive easement, meaning that we would have a way to defend it in court even if it wasn't absolutely explicitly recorded, so.
I think it was mid last year or early last year, even when that line was behind.
Well, even if it's, I guess if they're brand new lines, then yeah, if they were replacement lines for lines that were there, then that would take the time backwards. So I don't know what we were.
I think they were brand new lines. Yeah. Yeah, we'll look around and see if there's anything significant in the files on those. All right.
Okay, so that's that issue. On the brick grant, we'll have to talk to the folks at OEM about the brick grant and we usually did that or not. That was after going through everything, they essentially felt strongly that yes, we do need to rebid it if we're gonna do it again. And essentially, we're back in the same position we were in when ATAC replaced Benish, right? It's the same situation and it's a new company and the fact that we had bids before, selected one in the OEM. My only concern about that was, well, they felt like there was some irregularity in the procurement process there, but then they later cleared us of it. So then they said, okay, well, you're good on that. So since they did, and there's no regularity there, because then I think we're back to, we need to rebid. If there had been an irregularity, the way to cure that might have been to award the lowest bidder at the time, but so again, my view now, especially after speaking to them, is that if the town wants to continue that grant, we need to rebid it and probably sooner the better. And I can check out a lot more about it here in the next item. That's at least on that part of it, that's what I'd say. The sixth item I had was I was asked to give notices to ATAC about the termination. I did do that, so that was set by sort of by mail and by email. So that's been communicated under the contracts that it was supposed to be, but that was done. So those are the sort of items from the last meeting. That would bring us into B if we're ready to talk about that. Yes.
All right. Anybody have questions on any of that stuff? Comments on any of that stuff before we move into the next agenda item? Okay, I think everybody's all right.
Okay. So, I was asked to look into, this started because, this citizen, Jerry Stiles, had written a, request, of some of the irregularities he felt there were in the contract and, some of the payments that were being done. And then the board asked me to look into it. We suspended payments under the contract because of that. And again, it took me a little while to go through this, and if the board can see the attachments and everything, you can see why it took me a little while to get through it. But in any event, there are, in my view, there are some things that are sort of minor concerns with it and some things that are kind of major concerns with it. And so I'm just gonna, I've got a letter to the town there that certainly you can go through in detail, but I'm gonna try to hit sort of the high points here to this. So, I mean, the sort of the initial, one of the initial things that came out, and one of the things that Mr. Stiles was concerned about was that there were sort of billing entries from ATAC to us that had the wrong people. Right? And, it's Dan Fife and Troy Olds, who I believe were both listed as ATAC team members in the proposal, but then we were later told, oh, well, they didn't do any work on this, or or what have you. The part with Mr. Fife is very confusing because essentially we got 3 to 4 different accounts, depending on who you talk to, about what happened. At one point, again, so after I sent an inquiry to ATAC about this issue, we got a response from them on July 12th saying they didn't pay him for work billed under his name. He was never given a contract for any achievement agreement work. That was the response we got. And then we have emails from Mr. Fife and ATAC where they say that they're cutting him off from his contract. So not that he never did any work, but they weren't happy with his work. So that's a little different than saying he never worked for us. Then he also, told, there's a different version here, but Fife says he got paid for some work, but there was work he didn't get paid for. I'm not sure whether he ever got that final payment or not. I didn't speak to him directly. I don't know whether he did get that final payment or not from him. But that was sort of his version. He acknowledged owing Mr. Fife money to the sheriff's office. So he never had a contract and never worked for him. I don't know. So anyway, it's just one of these sort of logical things that all 3 things cannot be true. So I don't know. I don't know that we really care, about it. It just sort of speaks to the general inconsistency of the records, I guess. It's more, I think it more speaks to that than it does about anything else. Mr. Olds, I think that was the one that was more striking to me because there was billings from Mr. Olds. We had communications from Mr. Olds saying, I never did any work for the town of Hermosa at all. Right? I did a project for ATAC for WASTA, but I never did any work for Hermosa. So I don't know why my name's on these bills. Again, responding about that, it's a billing error. Billing mistake was the response we got. This was actually supposed to be work that Fife did, even though Fife never worked or never had a contract. So, that was the response we got. So I don't know, that was the answer. So I don't know about that. Then sort of the more concerning part to me is, if this is on the bottom of page 3. So we get this other engineering firm sort of out of the blue, called Mateo Engineering. I don't remember, again, anybody correct me if I'm mistaken about this. I don't remember the board ever approving a substitution of personnel on this, or basically us knowing who these people were until I think the last maybe 2 meetings ago or so, he tried to present some of the information about something to the board. He kind of came on our stream, and that was the first time that we met with him. It's clear from the invoices from Mateo Engineering that they have a separate subcontract for an amount of $79,000 with ATAC. And that's listed on his invoices as a subcontract. Best I can tell, that's not allowed under FEMA contract rules because it has to be open bidding, it has to be open procurement. You can't just take a big award and say, I'm going to subcontract that out without telling anybody to people that I didn't even clear with the town. So that probably is a violation of contracting rules, the best I can tell. And there are sort of some decisions the town needs to make as a result of that. So we'll kind of get into that as we get through everything else. But that issue is sort of a decision point where we need to potentially do something in response to that. So then I'll keep going. Several of these items, there was sort of a pattern that emerged to me of items being billed before they were done. So we would get invoices that said something was 100% complete, but then there'd be more work billed on it after it was 100% complete. So we would get, I mean, the clearest one is that on page, this is page 4 now, sub 2, but invoice 1044, says you get a lump sum of 6,000 because your task is complete. The invoice is accompanied by a progress report April 1 saying, well, we're going to do the survey flight for this feasibility study on April 12th. Well, again, if it's complete, it's 100% complete, but we got to do it. We're going to be part of it here in 2 weeks. So again, that was billed out as complete and it wasn't complete. There were some other folks that worked on it. This is number 3, worked on it very quickly after the award, after the vote of the town board. This is what I call a more minor issue, but I don't know exactly when the notice to proceed was given by FEMA or by OEM, and whether those work dates are before or after that notice to proceed, because you're not supposed to work on it until the notice to proceed is given. So I don't know just factually whether those dates are before or after that, but again, I view that as kind of a more minor issue. The number 4 here, there are some tasks that are worked on where the RFP said that those tasks depended on results from some of the other earlier tasks. So like you'd have tasks 6 and 7 saying, well, we are going to base this on the stuff we figured out in tasks 1 and 2, but then tasks 1 and 2 weren't done, but they were already doing a bunch of work on 6 and 7, which are coincidentally the higher building, bigger numbers, to do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scott. I think I'm missing. I think
Yeah, I don't have that. There's arbitrary ones. Yeah.
This should be this is a 9-page letter.
yeah,
Some pages.
yeah, 4 and there.
Yeah.
I think Scott.
We'll,
Because I kept hearing numbers and I'm like,
no, it's
Yeah.
here. We'll wait until we catch up.
I guess while we're waiting on that, just probably I don't know where to go.
Go backwards here.
The Custer County law enforcement, Custer County law enforcement, we haven't heard anything from them. They're just still over there.
The last conversation I had with Tracy Kelly was a while back, and she just simply said that, they were still, thought it was wrapping up, but they were completing their investigation. They thought that. I didn't get an official, yeah, we've stopped investigating or whatever. I didn't get anything like that. That's all I know.
All right, I think this is the part of number 5. So I got 1 and then I did 5, 6, and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has only, usually I don't number my opinions because usually not in pages. I should.
Is there a,
Yeah. And the paragraph should be. It doesn't help if they're not complete.
Sorry, let's get pages in the middle, so I'm just going to, I just reread it in sorry. I don't know why I missed pages right in the middle. And I got some like. So I can just a minute, I'll get. They help us hold on, I'm gonna reprint them. Sorry.
oh, all right.
Okay. I did it. 4 as well as.
Yeah.
I'll give you a correct copy.
Anybody caught up with me? On paragraph 4. Should be roughly page 4. Got it? Okay. So then what I was, commenting on here was some of the tasks in the RFP said that they basically couldn't begin until they had certain information to build tasks. One of those things was that FEMA hydraulic models were needed for the analysis, but they weren't received. So we never got them before the task 2 memorandum was drafted. And so that's why I think his report, I will say, I think his report is fairly cautious about that. So it says these findings are all preliminary in nature. But if it's supposed to be 100% complete and we got a draft that says preliminary, it has blank tables with areas where data is supposed to be populated, that's not 100% complete. We're built that way. I think that in particular, Mateo Engineering's work on task 2 is complicated by the fact that a lot of this work was also the work supposed to be done by Mr. Fife. And so it's not clear. I don't believe that Mateo ever got information from Mr. Fife to begin their work. So I think they essentially had to work from scratch. And arguably they duplicated some work, but I don't know. That's kind of another kind of minor concern. That's something that can be noted. 5 is one that kind of I view as a major concern. So 5, again, we've got an individual who we've never been introduced to, who's part of the staff, named Sudhir Shah, who works for this NBC in Michigan. And again, not part of the team you're introduced to. The amount of work he did was essentially the most work on the project besides maybe, him and, there's one other, I think, the, our former water inspector.
120 some hours.
Yeah, so we'll get to that too, but so this gentleman, I believe, billed even more than anybody else on the team. And the issue is that, the MEC invoices show that he, billed at $90 an hour for his work. And then, ATAC billed us for his work at $170 an hour. Now ATAC's proposal to us and their contract to us does say that there's a multiplier on their staff for a 2.0 multiplier. But it also, has communication to us, said that Mateo Engineering's staff was going to be at a 1.0 multiplier. And this gentleman didn't work for ATAC, he worked for MEC. So it's supposed to be at a 1.0 multiplier according to ATAC's own responses to us. So if that's supposed to be at a 1.0 multiplier, we got marked up about $14,000 on that. So this gentleman did the most work of anybody. So it probably, arguably not even a legal substitution because it wasn't cleared and it wasn't competitively bid. But also it's a pretty large markup that under the terms that they presented to us isn't allowed. So that's part of it. I don't know. Did I put the other markup in here? So yeah, I didn't even put that in here because it's again kind of minor. But you'll also note in the billings for MEC that Mr. Mateo himself, or his name's Jason Mateo, he billed us at 198 per hour, even though that's not an allowed rate anywhere in our proposal. So the highest rate anybody had was Anthony, who was at 180, and no personnel were reported to bill us at 198 an hour. And so now I say it's minor because I think he only billed us like maybe 3 or 4 hours at that rate. But still, again, if you're showing this to FEMA personnel and saying, here's what we're, this is supposed to be, done in a above board way, that's just one of the things that sort of jumps off the page to somebody looking at this. Are there irregularities? And that would clearly be one, because again, someone's billing above the allowed rates. So even though it's small billing for him, it's still like just one of those irregularities that's not helpful. So
Just real quick, so he was essentially the project, he's essentially a project engineer, right? And I believe the way the Brick Grant's billing is, it's by, not necessarily the individual, but the position they're fulfilling, right? So I think it was 170, like there's a PE rate somewhere, so maybe that's $180.
But I think really Mateo, his work essentially duplicated what Mr. Fife did. And so that was not the rate that Fife had either. Fife's rate was 170.
Right.
So if that's the work he's doing, that's what was represented to us would be the rate you can build that. Again, not only is it above, again, Anthony's rate, but it's above Fife's rate too, by even more. So it's minor for him, but for this part of it, I mean, clearly, ATAC just sort of pocketed 14K off of Mr. Shaw's work here. So anyway, so number 6, this is sort of about the pattern of sort of things being billed in advance. And I guess I want to, some of these things are maybe excused as an error or some kind of clerical error in billing or something, but there's too many of them to be an error. So to me, I mean, what is the reason that someone would potentially bill out things before they were done? It's sort of a cash flow strategy that you can sort of flow the money from the project into your account and then pay out whoever on the other side of it to get the job done on the tail end. that you wouldn't have been able to do if you hadn't flowed the cash in. I don't know. That's the best I can say. It's not really, it's not a scam in the sense that you're not really cheating anybody out of the money, but it's an irregularity that FEMA would pay close attention to. And they would not, they would find that was disallowed. You're not supposed to bill those projects that aren't complete as complete. And certainly they don't view these grant situations as that people blow money through their company before getting things done. So that's kind of the concern. But I'll keep going here because there's a few more. So beyond just the Mateo engineering substitution, which was kind of the most glaring thing that happened, there were other substitutions too that just weren't really ever explained to us. And so that's, again, we were given Mr. Fife and Mr. Olds as personnel at ATAC, never did any work. But then we had Mr. Kopp, doing sewer engineering at 180 an hour, which eventually was actually mostly done by John Burkhart at 150 an hour. So again, that rate is in the town's favor in that, it's $30 an hour cheaper. But we were paying an engineer to do it, and not somebody who wasn't an engineer. So is it the same quality? Is it the same thing that we bargained for? I don't know. That's the question. So that is sort of an issue with that. So then number 8, I do want to credit that some of the work that was produced, so we did get some produced reports, which we can utilize. I don't think we have all the reports yet, but we have some of them. And some of them do contain valuable data for the town. So the CCTV camera inspection work is of use to the town and appears to be of good quality. The report by Mateo Engineering is of good quality and could be usable to a engineer later who wanted to utilize it. So it's not like they produced work product that wasn't legitimate. I mean, the work product is legitimate. It was done by people that we didn't approve, but and so maybe that, I think Mateo Engineering appeared to take the tasks diligently. That's not who we hired. So anyway, that's kind of that issue. But I did want to comment here. Some of the billing could be further questioned too, even on the CCTV camera inspection work, because some of the data kind of jumps off the page a little bit in that we have Mr. Burkhart saying he worked 141 hours in 1 month here, including I think 1 week was 48 hours in 1 week. And I don't know because I wasn't sitting here watching him. So I don't know whether there's any information out there that would dispute that. If he hired other people, to be on his team to work, then what were those people paid? And is he billing us for all of their time at his rate? Because that's a little different too. So I don't know. I don't know the answer. But 48 hours in 1 week here in Hermosa, I don't know that happened. I mean, I guess, maybe it happened, but I don't know. That's a lot. 141 hours for that whole month is a lot. So anyway, that's on that issue. So then 9, I just kind of have a summary of kind of what, just because there's a lot of it, of what we've gone over. So there's sort of the billing to Mr. Fife. That really doesn't make any sense. There's the Olds billing that they claimed he never worked on the project. There's work being done before it was, complete. There's the markup on Mr. Shaw's hours. There's some other issues of things not being complete, and we got a draft form for that. And the MEC contract not being disclosed to us. So this is kind of where I'm getting back to where I say we have a decision point to make. I mean, on some of this stuff, I guess there are other decisions that can be made. But as far as the grant and the town standing with FEMA and with OEM, it's I think the question is, do we want to proactively disclose this contractor or subcontractor relationship um, proactively, or do we want them to discover it? And in my view, I think the much safer way to do that is to proactively disclose it to them, just because that shows, I mean, 'cause I think the town can credibly do that, because I don't think the town had any knowledge of this subcontractor relationship before, again, that day where, just a few weeks ago, when we were introduced to them. So, I think that being straightforward with FEMA about that, I think will, help the town to, be in good standing on that issue, as opposed to us, not being straightforward on it. So I think that that's a serious enough issue, again, because it's an obvious, to me, violation of procurement rules of a fairly decent amount of almost $80,000. That, I just think it's something we just need to do. Um, So, if the remaining, there are, reports that we still don't have, that may yet be produced. I'm looking at all these things from sort of just an irregularity standpoint. I'm not an engineer. I don't know. There could be engineering concerns about the quality of the work beyond what I've identified. So I don't know. I mean, we could show these things to another engineer and they could go, well, this work is not worth anything. This work is, bad product. I don't know. They may be able to say that. I would just think that whoever, if we do want to rebid the FEMA brick award, then I think that that just needs to be part of the scope of work, is to review the prior contractors, data so far, and they're just so that they can make sure it's of a quality that will allow them to build on it rather than having to start over. So I just think that can sort of be done as part and parcel of the process of rebidding, I think, if we need to. So I think that's, again, I didn't go through every word in this letter, but I think I sort of hit the broad points, I think. So that's a lot of stuff. So I guess I'll be here to stand for questions if anybody has them.
That is really, really deeply. That's how rabbit holes go, though, right? Once you start your way down, you end up in Wonderland. Yeah. 14,000 bonus. $14,000 bonus check. Yes. All right. So I think, so the summary is we basically have to say, hey, this is going on. We didn't realize it was going on under our nose, but now we have information that it's going on under our nose, and now we need to let the higher ups know, right, that this is happening.
So yeah, there's two ways to do that. One is to let OEM know and say, hey, this is an issue. The other way is to say, sort of invite FEMA's OIG and say, hey, we're reporting this issue. And then they are supposed to do their own investigation of this, which, again, could help us in some ways. And you're not paying me to further investigate everything, or you're not seeking, whatever else. They can sort of do that, heavy lifting on that. If there's more stuff to do, they may be able to do that. But then again, they may take forever to do it. Just because the federal government is who knows what they're doing. To me, I think the town needs to decide. I mean, we do need, making the report is just, it just makes sense to do. But number two, I think that the town needs to make a decision about whether they want to rebid this contract. And if so, get that done fairly expeditiously so that we can get another engineer looking at stuff and determining the quality of it too, because I really can't do that.
I think, so thinking about it, now that is something I hadn't thought of, I don't think many of us had thought of, but this is a reality we need to consider, is the funds that have been expended so far, we don't know if there's work product to correlate to those funds that were expended. And let's say all right, of the work that we were billed for, legitimately, we have 15% of what we paid for. So that means not, the remaining contract doesn't have to just cover what's left, it also has to cover up that missing 85%. Right, so we could be asking our next engineering firm to do almost twice as much work for the same money. That's, people are nice, but they're usually not that generous. Maybe somebody, maybe. So I think we really need to do the evaluation on the work product received thus far to see if we can legitimately get there. I mean, if we start running again, we have to get to a final product, right? But it could end up resulting in the town having to pay out of pocket for a portion of it just to make sure that we do have enough money to get it done.
So you're recommending a peer review before we contract this back out?
Yeah, I don't know if, well, all right, so if we do an RFP, what exactly are we asking them for a what are we hoping they're gonna do? What are they gonna propose to do if we can't be certain exactly what's left to be done?
Well, whoever, if we bid this back out, whoever is going to take that bid knows that they're going to have to review all of the work that was done and decide from there what to do. You know, and a lot of times they don't take other engineers' work, right? So I could
I keep
see,
hearing that, but
Yeah.
legitimate engineering companies do.
well, I can see there being some differences. I don't know. But I feel like we better at least ask the question to the engineering firms in the area. Is somebody willing to take this on? And I think we should do that rather quickly because I don't want the town to have to pay out of pocket back to FEMA.
So that's one thing, that has been considered. I think so what Scott mentioned about we need to essentially self-report. Yeah, we don't want to have to pay back money, especially if there's fraudulent related activities. And until now, we really didn't have a firm grasp on all that happened. If we self-report, essentially, we're collateral damage. Really, we're collateral damage at this point, it seems, to me, in my opinion. I think we do need to do that report. I think,
The only hesitation I have with that is, again, we have some of the work product, but I don't know if there's more coming or not. The ATAX contract calls for them to give us statuses of all of the stuff and any available reports. I think they represent Terry anyway, they would produce some more stuff to us. So if they do, I guess it's kind of a moot point that, we certainly want to have all of that, to present to whoever's doing the review. If I'm working on chasing it down, at the same time, I guess they can sort of review what we have, but.
And ATAC has 30 days from termination to get all of that to us.
is it
Do we
30?
have to-
I thought it was 70, but 30?
It was 7 for notice to terminate. It was 30. They had 2 days to get us any reports we ever got.
And is that dependent on us giving them final payment?
There is a condition about that.
Mhm.
So
Um,
it's probably an argument that we shouldn't, it's a sort of separate issue, about
Yeah, we shouldn't pay any more money given the long and clear history of very convoluted billing. Like that final payment could be 75% more than work that was actually done because there's.
Full work on.
Right. That's always out. Come back in. All right, we got hands in the air like crazy. I think Kathy was first.
I just want to applaud Scott for, checking in all of this and finding out a lot of the stuff that he found out. I think it's great for our community that he found out as much as he has so far.
Thank you.
I applaud him.
Very good. Mark?
Have these bills been paid to Anthony for work that wasn't, you guys didn't agree to? Has that been paid to the contractors?
Yes.
So it's not that we didn't agree to it, it's more that when we agreed to the work, we were told the work is done. We paid him for it, but haven't necessarily received it. Because
Yeah, well, my question is, if he was supposed to perform the work himself and you didn't okay a subcontractor, then the bill should be handled by Anthony because he hired somebody you didn't approve. It's his expense because he didn't hire an approved person. I don't understand how he can bill you for somebody you didn't agree to. You said, I'm hiring you to do it. And you sub it out to somebody that may not be qualified?
I will say there's a little bit of, this is sort of a really fine legal point here, but, Anthony's contract with the town actually does allow him to use subcontractors and to substitute them without the town's consent. The contract allows that. It's FEMA procurement rules don't allow. So, so on his other, like any of the other 6 contracts HVAC had, if they had swapped out contractors to do stuff, it wouldn't matter. This contract says they're allowed to do that. But for FEMA though, they, again, because we're spending federal dollars, they expect it to be openly bid. And so you can't do that.
My question is that. He's supposed to be the one in charge of his business. He deals with people. He should know this. And if he didn't know this, he still has liability, in my view, because he's the one who performed the work and it was a FEMA contract. So if he went outside the rules, he has liability.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just saying it's just a little more complicated than I presented as far as the contract goes. But yeah, I agree that if you violated, because this contract also says he's gonna follow all state, federal.
That's what I'm saying. And he should have the liability. The town should have the ability to sue him for any losses because he went outside the contract. Because he is an agency unto himself, all right, that's contracted to the city. So if that's the case, and then he went outside the rules that you specified to FEMA, that's liability. So why can't the city go after him for any damages? The city, all this stuff that we're spending this money on, that he went outside the rules, you should have a liability for it.
I certainly think that's an option that's available.
Yeah, because if he's breaking all these rules, he should be prosecuted for it. He stole from the city and he stole from federal government. And if the city's gonna be held liable for this and we lost money because of his action, he has liability. He should have liability insurance. So you should be able to go after him.
I don't know that, well, I don't want to get into that. I don't know if his insurance will cover this. If it's a.
If it's criminal, I don't think so, but if it's negligence, it would. But it's not criminal, he's going to do
Some of it probably is negligent, some of it is overly.
Well, I see on the billing.
Yeah.
There's not negligence there, there's theft.
You know.
Other Mark.
Just curious, when is this 30 days up? When was this contract term?
So it'd be from the notice date. I don't remember.
The
No,
12th.
the original notice
Oh,
Yeah, so that's
to terminate the ATAC contract.
Oh, that was, 2 weeks ago. It was right after
the 6th must be.
yeah, the meeting was the 4th, yeah. I think it was probably-
it would be, 2 days after the meeting. So
And have we got work product for the first?
some of it, that's detailed in my report. So we got the sewer inspections, we got a report detailing that. We've got the task 2 drainage feasibility study preliminary report. So it's supposed to be a final report, but it is sort of a draft of that. And then I think there was one more report to the back of my information that we received. But a few of them are still missing, so we may get them, we may not, but we've got basically 3 of them.
You've got 2 more weeks.
Nancy, back there, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just wondering, is the city gonna look into where these funds went? Anthony billed for to people who worked on the payroll, but who actually got that money?
Yeah, I'm kind of, just where I stand now, leaning on the idea of, as great as Scott has done here, of kicking this up to a bigger team with heavier hitters and letting them get into the nitty gritty. Yeah, FEMA wants to approach it.
It certainly can't hurt to have, again, to make your notice to OEM, to have OIG look into it. But bear in mind, though, that any, under ATAX contract with the town, any dispute we have with them has to be mediated initially. And so, yeah, so,
Yeah.
right, so if we did want to go that direction, it couldn't hurt to probably do that, you know, I mean, that would be something that could be somewhat cost effective and could be, you know, could resolve, you know, the issues, at least while we have ATAX remaining. So if there's issues about, for instance, kind of like Trina brought up, okay, well, we have to pay them before we get the reports. Well, okay, but should we pay them because did they overcharge us? Yeah. So then we got two sort of competing, you know, issues, but that could be mediated, right? So if you're mediating it now, this can also be brought up to mediators, say, well, we need this, we need that, and well, they don't want to do this, but you guys overcharge us for this, and kind of go back and forth a little bit, and get some kind of resolution into it. So that would be one way to do it, to at least see if we had a solution that, you know, made the town as whole as we can make it while getting maybe the, you know, items we're missing back. Or like, but that could be a way to go. Because again, if that's an option, I mean, I've been part of a lot of successful mediations, you know, I've been involved in several of them, but I've had some that went nowhere, but I've had several that have been really good. It kind of depends on the personality of the people involved, and it kind of depends on, you know, your mediator, but I think that these type of disputes we're talking about are potentially ones that could be successfully mediated. Because I think that there's really tangible items from both sides that they want, and I just think it might make sense to do it that way. But the ATAC would be incentivized to do that as opposed to having, you know, a sort of a nasty case or whatever, you know, we'll deal with. So the amounts of controversy arguably aren't enough for a major lawsuit. You know, I mean, you have 14,000 missing, you have maybe another 6 or whatever missing. You're talking maybe 20,000 or so. It's not really a huge amount to go have a big lawsuit about. So kind of mediation kind of makes maybe more sense on that. So anyway, just an option.
Yeah, I'm all for mediation. Try to maintain cordiality, find a,
But you have to be in this case because the contract requires it. So
yeah.
we have to try it. You know,
The key is to try, right? If somebody decides that they don't want to play nice, well, then they're the one who breaks mediation and
yeah.
looks foolish. Yeah, anybody else, any questions for Mr. James, any comments on any of the points?
I got one quick one. So all the engineering that you found can be used by the town. All the engineering that was done is gonna be acceptable to FEMA. So you're not gonna lose.
I don't know whether the, you know, product is of quality that's gonna be, you know, FEMA engineers are gonna look at and say, yeah, this is a valuable work product. I don't know that. The only engineer will be able to tell you that, but I can tell you that we did receive work product, which to a lay person, at least in the engineering world, looks like it's got some value. I think that I'm not, that's not the biggest on my list of concerns, I guess, you know, is that, hey, we're gonna get some report from an engineer and say this stuff is all worthless. It could happen, but I don't think it's unlikely that we'll get that answer. Because I think, again, I think for all the concerns I have about ATAC, I feel like Mateo Engineering actually is seems like a fairly legitimate group that just sort of got dragged in this. And I don't think they knew what they were getting into. I think you knew that when you got on the video, it was going, what are you guys talking about? You know, and so like, I don't think he knew. And I think that I think essentially they do competent work as far as I can tell, and we're playing it straight. And so I think we got probably competent straight work product from them. And again, I think that, you know, our work with John, from ATEC, I mean, people can have their concerns, but he's always seemed to have a good work ethic too, I think, for the town. So I don't have as much concern about him not having done the inspections, thoroughly. He probably did them, it could be useful for the town. So I think the work product should be usable. I think likely I'll put it this way, I think it's likely to be usable, but again, I think to say that for sure, we have to have an engineer look at it and say, yeah, this will work.
So that's what I actually spent on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else?
So is the biggest problem, I'm sorry, I didn't think, is the biggest problem then determining what's actually being done and the degree to which it's been done?
I would say no.
No. Well, the biggest, for moving forward, we're kind of touching on a few different issues, essentially, all under this umbrella.
My view is the biggest problem is the procurement issue for FEMA, and then we need to notify them immediately about that because that could jeopardize future, relationships with FEMA or whatever. If we're thought to be concealing that or something as a town or whatever, and that we allow this sort of, obvious, procurement violation to just sort of happen. I think that we need to, I guess in a way, it's an easier solution, but I think it's the bigger problem. So, yeah.
Okay.
So for that, I guess, it all comes down to, we have this here now, what's next steps? This is the recommended moving forward. Okay, so formally, the speed invoice, not the highest priority. Inspection, engage, qualified engineer, notify OEM. So I guess we could say step one, notify OEM proactively of the building irregularities. I feel like sending your opinion to them is low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
So we can, Terry, I don't know if you want to forward, that opinion to Tina, yeah. Yep, and the rest of the team over there. And then, as far as, a referral to the OIG, FEMA OIG, is that something you would want
I
to
can
do?
do that. I don't know the process, but I'm sure they get complaints from regular citizens, so I'm sure it'll be somewhat straightforward.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's like a VIP line, get to the front of the, you're all recording,
I'll look for it.
like, yeah, like a membership pass. Skip the line, because a year to get things resolved is obviously federal government, it could be 5 years.
Right.
Okay, preserve all documents, yeah, absolutely, preservation of documentation. So I guess the legal considerations, OEM, FEMA, what's the path forward with the grant, set aside ATAC, what's the path forward with the grant is accumulate everything we can on work to date thus far, have it reviewed. So the idea, all right, let's do an RFP for an engineer. Here's the money we have left. Having them review what's been done so far to figure out what still needs to be done and is probably in and of itself a substantial amount of work, I would think. It's not something that they're just there for 5 minutes and say, okay, well, this is what's been done before. This is the difference. So here's RFP. I kind of feel like we may need an intermediate review per se, so we can give them, when we do the RFP, we have a legitimate understand, or a legitimate proposal of what we're expecting from them. I do know there was a substantial amount of work done by Mr. Fife. I don't believe he's been paid yet for it. So understandably, as a subcontractor, he didn't turn it over because refusal of payment is, yeah, you don't get what you don't pay for. But my understanding is that there was a lot of work done there that could substantially improve our path forward.
I also would say if we did mediate this, he may be a lot party to join the mediation too.
Right, essentially, so we can pay him, right, he gives us our stuff,
Yeah.
we can move forward.
So it could be useful to have him as part of it.
All right, on that note, for any successor engineering contracts, the town's independent engineer to verify deliverables against billing percentage of completion for. Yeah, so somebody, essentially a watch. Moving forward, watchdog to keep an eye on things. Are we getting the things we're paying for?
Well, I think, you know, one, just sort of a good governance question, I think, for the town. You know, why are we, how did this sort of get to this point, you know? Why are we here? You know, is there anything we could have done as a board differently that would have sort of anticipated this or stopped this? And I guess the main thing I just sort of came across when I was looking at this was just, I mean, it sort of went back to that original opinion I wrote quite a while ago about, you know, how the town engineer, Anthony kind of had those dual roles as town engineer and contractor, but it's like, those roles seem to be different depending on what the context was. I think that having some sort of check, I mean, I think ideally, I think the town would have a person that was a more general engineer for questions and advice and review, and they would be contracting out with other, you know, engineering agencies or whoever that have been, that work kind of have a check against it, you know, so we knew we weren't getting duped.
I had asked, for some advice on this particular issue, Bridget from the Headwaters Economic. She had said, you know, establish the final invoice deadline, which I think we have established as September 1st. It might be August 31st, but and then she said, number 2, deliverables of file audit, acquire that any final billing be accompanied by the raw electric files. You know, we had talked about that, the CAD drawings, the GIS drawings. And she goes into more detail there. And then 3, scope and budget, do a true up, which is kind of what we're thinking about that we're missing, right? Is a true up of this information. Once all the final invoices are reviewed by the board, we will adjust our remaining budget framework, which is currently $257,683 and change, and refine the RFP scope so we do not solicit or pay for work already completed by them. And then she goes on here. I'll forward this email to the board. We can have it in our agenda next. Our next agenda is September 1st. So
that's kind of on another thing that was brought to my attention is OEM, they gave us that authorized agent document. Essentially, me and Terry are the only individuals authorized to interact with OEM regarding the FEMA brick grant. Period.
right.
Full stop. So that means we have other players that are kind of out of the loop. I'm going to try to bring them back into the loop, but on rails this time. The idea of us kind of having liaisons and individuals not officially associated with the town, kind of sort of working on the town's behalf, but not really. We kind of got to put a kibosh on that, considering what happened.
You don't want to work with Bridget, is what I hear.
No, definitely, but it needs to be it needs to be structured. No, absolutely. I think. All right. Well, hindsight, saying the quiet part out loud, I do believe I was the one who said we should have gone with Bridget's recommendation the night we voted to approve this. You know, and I've stood by that ever since. No, Headwaters Economics, Google is a nonprofit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they essentially are there to kind of like Rural Water is there to help bail us out when things get weird in our water system. You know, Headwaters Economics is there to help little towns like ours with additional expertise that we can't be expected to have because we're 5 people who just kind of live in a neighborhood and come together to try to make that neighborhood better. But we don't have the expertise for this. Yeah. So moving forward, we can go ahead and send forward this to OEM. If And whatever you think you need from us, do you need a motion or anything as far as, moving forward with the FEMA referral?
Yeah, I can call the OA, anybody can call the OAG, whether you hold me to as a board or not. So if you tell them you want to, I can certainly do that.
So even if we say no, you can still do it.
I could still do it. That's right. Anybody's willing to do it, right?
I like that.
So yeah, anybody can do it. But yeah, it's, I'm fine doing that. And then, yeah, I think just we need to, I guess, I think what I would need direction on is sort of where we want to go with HVAC, I think, as far as, whether there's any actions that need to be taken for the amounts we think we're overcharged, or whether we want to, again, because I think if we wanted to do anything on that contract, just require us to do that written notice of a dispute with them. And I think I would want to begin that, as soon as we could, so that we can get that clock going. And we've still got a small bit of leverage, having a couple invoices that are still remaining, right? So that's, I think, why we want to make a decision on that before we get it out for the invoices.
So on that note, with the moving forward with the ATAC thing, the contract, is it sequenced? I mean, should we send them a letter and say, essentially, we think we should just move information on this and have?
Well, the contract actually says that the parties are supposed to try to work through these issues for 30 days on their own before mediation. Then you go to mediation. So that's why I say I want to start the clock. Sort of, it's going to take a while. So to me, I don't think there's any. I would just send that written notice of dispute. I would say that things were wanting to resolve, whatever the board decides those are, and then we'll have 30 days to see if we can work it out informally, or then we can move to mediation. So that's kind of what I'd suggest.
All right, and that's key findings. So, I guess the first one is pay your subcontractors, so the subcontractor submits the work they completed, and we could add it part of the packet. I think that's, with Mr. Fife's modeling or any other subcontractors that may or may not have been. Right, we want that 14,000 bonus back. We didn't really.
But I guess I didn't really get into this because it's not. I mean, I guess it's kind of a small issue, but part of Fife's payment, he wasn't supposed to receive, didn't pay. I mean, Anthony, ATAC was paid for.
Right.
Anthony was paid out Mr. Fife's money. It just didn't get to Mr. Fife.
Right.
So
I believe they're federal. I think that raises federal flag.
it's sort of another issue. I guess the question is, do we want to pay, Mr. Fife, money that ATAC owes him? I don't know. I mean, that's just, we've kind of taken that approach with other contractors recently and say they're the ones who owe the money, but again, he does have potentially work power that he would help with that grant. So we could certainly seek it on his behalf from ATAC as well.
But Jason redid that work, and we've already
He
paid
did.
for that.
Yeah.
So we'd be paying twice for that if we paid them separately.
Yeah, I think I said that earlier in the presentation. It could be used as duplicating that item.
Yeah. So we need to really look at Jason's work again.
Well, not in the sense of a presentation though, but in the sense of we need a hard drive full of
Yeah.
data.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then, yeah, so you guys want to do that? Just essentially, what do we want to do as far as that goes, the ATAC response to get the clock ticking? Do we want to get the clock ticking on the PAT mediation?
Oh, don't we have until September 1st? I mean, should we?
You want to start right away.
Well, yeah,
The clock would be starting.
because I mean, we have the invoices that are going to be, for the town to consider as well. And so, I mean, if we wait until September, we have to decide before then if we're going to pay out those invoices, and then they'll be disputing with us. So, so that I think we may as well start it in town, because if the town wanted to pay it out anyway, despite all these concerns, I guess they could. But, I would think that if you've been able to charge that amount, you might want to use that remaining invoices negotiating point, I don't know.
I guess to say if I could ask, if I wrote the letter, I'd have to let's say proof that billing discrepancies with Dan Fight have been resolved. I think that's a simple enough way to say it. Um, and receipt of work products performed by Mr. Fife.
Yeah, I think I like the, wording that Trina read us from, Bridget. I think it needs to be more than just a report. It needs to be the actual, electronic files, data that
Right.
should belong to the town as real products. So I think I'd like to see that language to be used for that. Sure.
Mhm. Associated data. One trying. What else? A refund of that inappropriately billed 14,480 some. Right, where the contract said they bill 1-to-1 and they billed at 89% or whatever it is. Are there any other substantial points? I mean, there's so many dollar figures here.
I mean, you could argue, the board could argue that we would be refunded some amounts for like task 2, because it's not complete. You were paid for the complete task. And there's some sort of smaller billing issues with, potentially the other rates that were paid.
So if we do a partial ask and then say this is not necessarily comprehensive, is that enough to start that clock?
Yes,
So we could say, we would like to, there may be additional requests, but these are what we're offering now. Start the clock.
did get into the dispute, doesn't have to, we just have to notify them of the dispute. That's what starts that contract clock.
Does that sound fair? And for those two things,
3 things here.
three things. Yes. The billing resolved, the data associated, and the 14,000.
And we don't need a motion for a letter from the board.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion to support the directing the attorney to initialize this dispute?
Make that motion that we direct Scott James to direct him to this dispute that.
Initiate, yeah. initiate.
Initiate the dispute that we're having.
Is that good enough wording?
Yeah.
We need it more comprehensive.
I don't think it needs to be, I've gotten the nature of the dispute that, in the letter, so always a voice of in there. We go through every aspect of that, maybe any time.
All right, motion made then.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. All right. Motion passed. And I don't think the other things necessarily need a motion, right, as far as contact. Well, Terry can send that, your opinion to OEM. I feel like that's the best communication with them. It's just, and then as far as reaching out, you still have to kind of look into how that process goes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it'll be tough to do that.
Okay, well, do you have anything else that you would like to?
No, that's all I got.
It's a lot.
I told you this would be a long legal today. Hopefully that's,
The work is very, very much appreciated. The thoroughness of it is extraordinary, really.
Aaron, so are you gonna contact Bridget? I'm gonna forward this to everybody.
Yeah. So, well, while we're under it, I am, hopefully I am we're going to be receiving a proposal in the very near future for, effectively an intermediary. If we do decide to move forward with this, someone who really not knowledgeable in this kind of stuff would be isolated from the contractor. Should we assign the brick, and would be 100% the town's best interests, how to make sure we don't end up in another pickle with this whole brick thing. Bridget would be also hopefully willing to come on board. We could get the band back together. Yeah, so
And the
I'll,
cheering section.
what's that?
And the cheering section.
Yeah, the groupies here. Yeah. All right, is everybody good on this agenda item? Okay, thank you, Scott, very much. Well, it's 7:35. Can we do recess? What? I want to recess for a bit. That was a lot. 9 minutes, right? 7:35. Recess to 7:35.
Okay.
The brain's running out of time.
Yeah, I'm just reading.
You made it to, you think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I did to everybody.
so that sounded like.
He was really careful. Well, it looks like it comes from Joan, because I have Joan's sheet.
But we had the same issue a little bit when we transitioned from Bench. It took us a long time to get all the files from Bench. That was like
He was nice.
so every month process is to keep all the teeth to get them to do it. So, but a little has been about that issue, you know, like that. Well, maybe so they will have to go to one to Bench.
Well, as long as we can prove that we consistently kept trying to work at this, we should be able to get an extension.
I think that's a good one.
Keep it on the agenda.
This up here and get back down there.
And when you stretch, for the stars.
He's really looking away at the fence.
I'm also at that.
Behind me. The guy behind me. And I think he's gone. I think it's a new owner. Just listening behind it.
Oh,
But I've seen different cars in the signs go on.
I don't know.
And now it's already started around the other side. I think it's even.
Well,
And then, okay, so for the packet, we did two attachments for the inspector.
you were missing attachments.
Absolutely.
No.
I thought it was in here, but I didn't look close.
Oh, no, yeah, because that link just goes to their website.
Let me remind you. Good, I'm glad we had 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a good thing I didn't.
Let's see, that was from, what's his name?
I did that.
Oh, his name was he had a cool name, Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Harvey. Let me see, Harvey, there you are. Schedule of rates. Statement.
Yeah.
Let me send it out. I mean, it'd be super nice to get that
Right? Oh, yeah. we need it.
because he's taking advantage of a situation. Statement of qualifications, that was just a brochure. I mean, I could give this that if you want. But then this thing, I mean, it just comes up as schedule of rates. Let me see, I'll forward it to you. So, three.
So the utility has.
And, oh, forgot to put a subject.
And because they don't have she doesn't know when it's gotta be done, so she said she.
No.
And. Yes.
Okay. I just sent you and by itself. And then
So. Trying to choose that.
do we want the brochure? It's 5 colored pages.
We just get the rates, right?
Right? I mean, that's,
But.
but they thought they were pretty good rates. Technician is 92 hours and engineer is 137 unless you need a super experienced engineer. We don't need that. We need either a planner 1, which is 125, or a technician, which is 92.
Yeah. Sounds good.
85 cents per mile. And but they're only coming from Rapid.
Yeah. Yeah, we need them yesterday or like last week.
I know. Short-sighted and that one, it's okay. It happens. I'm trying to, our niece and nephew are having a wedding anniversary. I'm trying to find their registry on the knot.com, which I've done that before, but I can't find it now. Oh, here. You haven't used the knot?
No.
Kind of nice. Well, you won't have to worry about it for a little while anyway.
Yeah, she's like, I'm not gonna get married. Oh, sure.
The expert is free to do. Yeah. So he's good to take me down.
Our cat is dying. We just spent $900 on the tree and save him.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He's probably only have 2 more weeks. And we'll have to probably put him
It
down.
was just a wrench. And then
Yeah,
what happened?
it was cancerous, Ren.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, yeah, because the medicine we gave him didn't take care of it all the way.
Oh,
Yeah. He's 6 and a half. I mean, he's too young. It's just, it's a fun age, but darn it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. How are your dogs doing? I haven't seen them in a while. Taking them for walks?
No.
Um,
No, it had been too hot and then I've been too busy and
yeah.
we took one of them on a ride.
I'm right there with you. Molly's only had like 2 walks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, fall time. It should.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
I found them. Now I can't see how to, this is my day. I need to, tomorrow. I'll try it.
Tomorrow, right? Yeah. Sometimes that's just better. Let's not put it off till tomorrow.
Yeah. Have you been to the library meeting this morning?
It was.
Well.
I feel like we took a step backwards, but maybe not. I mean, because we don't ever say, this is the way we're gonna go. It's set in stone, and no matter who comes in, this is what we're gonna do. We don't do that. And somebody new comes in, yeah, I guess I'm like, so that happened today. I mean, they're all good ideas, but at some point, we're gonna have to fight.
Yeah. I think when it gets closer, then I'll start attending again. I mean, it's just hardly moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
Yeah.
My dog has cancer, so.
And that, I think you're pretty quickly after that. For that. Yeah.
All right.
We talked to Alan, and I talked to Alan.
I'll call him again today, but.
Yeah, he's gonna be out tomorrow. Maybe I'll do the end.
Did you talk with Happer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. It's not the conversation I started.
Meeting, like maybe the next meeting, he wanted to be kind of first on the schedule. Dave on the other side.
Okay. So we'll do that, just plug it in under.
And they passed it for me, and instead of being 6 months old.
Just directly with the water.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about.
I
Try to squeeze it in.
Okay, everybody ready?
We're missing a page.
All right. We will reconvene. Oh, no, get back to David. We'll reconvene at 7:38 PM and we're into planning and zoning. And it's not on here.
Oh, I didn't do the motion, did I?
No, but I will entertain a motion to adjourn as the Board of Trustees and reconvene as the Planning Commission.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made,
Second.
motion seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're the Planning Commission. Approved temporary sign permit for Trails West Bar.
It must be on the corner. Is it in ones or negative ones?
South side of Highway 40.
Down here on the corner, on the schools,
South, okay, on that corner where all the signs
where
are
all the
up.
signs are.
Oh,
And he had brought this to me late and I told him,
I make a motion to approve the temporary sign for UW bar.
Motion made, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded, further discussion? I don't see anything details on like an image of the sign or anything, which I think we tend to get. Yeah, there's the permit, but usually I remember us getting like some kind of draft of
just
what
the
the sign
story,
should be.
like, 4 by 8. I'm part of the board.
Is there somebody here from TW?
No.
What size is the
know?
sign? 4 by 8.
Okay.
Anybody see any reason why we should be able to at least see it or,
Okay, yeah.
oh, is it? Okay. So,
He brought it to me like the day of the meeting.
well then. Sounds good.
I'm scared.
Is it offensive or anything?
No.
Okay then. Sounds good.
Family friendly.
Any further discussion on this? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, that was easy. Now we are into recommendations for preliminary plat of.
This is Peggy Lesnick, and this is a plat she had originally done in 2024. She didn't want to sign the Mylar, so I said, well, we can't do a final plat. We could do a preliminary. Neil had given me a staff report. And I believe they were originally, recommending that they annex and hook up, but then they changed that because Peggy talked, and she wants to be able to keep her horses, so she's basically splitting her property in two, and that S clause tract is where things are currently located. And she wants to just sell that piece now and then keep the south piece for herself and maybe do something with that at a later date.
Wow, does that have anything to do with our favorite holiday, Happy Dawn? Santa Claus traffic? I don't know.
Yeah. But if you look at the staff reports, I believe they are recommending it to be approved. And if a building permit's requested for that unimproved parcel, then you may require annexation at that time.
It's on.
She is on town water, but she has her own stuff.
Right. The county requires inspection of tanks in the county. The property is currently outside the town limits. The owner currently owns horses in the property if he wishes to continue to have them on the property. So, all right, so this is one question to be had. So the house and barn on one, and then the land where all the horses are separate is what she wants to keep. Where's the septic field?
I didn't think it was that big.
The parcel.
Well, yeah, because it's nowhere.
One's 1.441. Yeah, because it's just over 3 acres, so one is 1.44 and one is 1.53 acres.
All right, here we have it. Oh, well. Yeah, it's actually pretty clearly divided as it stands. It almost looks like, it
So
actually wants to be.
which part does she want to keep?
So she wants to cut right
Where
here.
there's
She
no
wants to
building.
keep here. Now, again, my question is, all right, so if they're on septic, where is it? Do they have anything underground here?
Visit septic tank. Yeah, it wouldn't be that far. They're not on water.
No, if they're not on town sewer, so they have septic, which means they have some kind of.
But I think they only have a septic on the house section. I don't think they have one on that, the other section that they want to keep.
So they have a septic tank, but they're not having it pumped regularly.
They're
I mean,
what?
They're not having, we're not seeing tankers go out there to pump the septic. They have a septic
No.
system, not a tank, which means they have.
It was redone. It was redone 3 4 years ago. I don't know if they've had any problems with it.
No, I'm not. If they have a septic system, they have to have a percolation field, somewhere where the water disappears. Is that possibly in this area, or is it all confined?
I can't tell you where the septic tank goes to.
And that's what that's
Yeah,
that's a
because we
question
lived
that we
on
would
that.
need to
We
be
lived
answered.
there for a while, but I can't remember where
I
the
mean,
septic tank pump, where we pumped it at.
I think we need more information from the county on what they have as far as the septic system there before we.
But if she's gonna have horses, I can't believe she wouldn't have a water. I thought Warren told me that. I just saw this.
You get what I'm saying, right? We can't,
I hear what
Say,
you're
go ahead and
saying,
split.
yeah,
because if part of their utilities are on this,
and I think that
part
was
of the
the,
S-Clause utilities are on the Fairfield tract.
I think that was the problem before when she tried to subdivide.
She was trying to go smaller than an acre before. I think she changed this plan. She wanted to go less than an acre and then the
They
county.
told her that they
They
couldn't, she
should,
couldn't go there.
yeah, to be an acre for septic. Yeah, there's just
It
a
doesn't
water
say
line and-
Prove anything, it just says recommend.
Well, because she didn't give me the final plat, so I said we can't approve it without, and she hasn't even signed the plat. I said we can't.
I think we need to contact the county and get
Built in
anything they have on the history.
1968.
And there's the flood map. So that means Mylar.
Let's find out.
Yeah, basically anything the county has on this parcel. We need a package. And I think we need to, even if we do it in ordinance, we need to put something in place that before we annex anything, or in the process of annexing anything, we get every single bit of details the county has on that. You know, so we're not saying that there's no septic on a piece of property and then find out that there was documents for a septic system there the whole time, just it's in the county file, not ours.
But her big question is, if she would have platted, would she be able to keep horses on that?
She's in the county though.
She's in the county, yeah.
Right, but that's her biggest concern.
Mhm.
Is that she won't be able to keep her horses there
Well,
on that.
you know, I think Alan Warner, has horses there. I'm almost positive Joey is.
That's why she didn't want to annex, because she wants to be able to keep her horses on the property.
She did, but she keep her horses there.
Because the big question is, if you approve the plat, are you gonna make her annex? Kind of what she was asking.
That's a good possibility.
Needs further research. Yes. Questions asked on this. Documents. There should be. The ordinances on the motion terms. Relating to annexation. Not something I've ever particularly looked at, but as far as I'm concerned, if our ordinance says that somebody would not be allowed to have horses, even if they have enough property, then that's just gross and we need to fix that brokenness.
It does, I think it does say that, because I was looking at, it is very limiting on what animals you can have,
Right.
regardless of the size of your property.
Meanwhile, on a regular basis, we'll see 50 or 60 horses right here. Are we Hermosa, South Dakota, or are we, New Jersey? Right? We're a ranch community. If people want to have horses, why can't they have horses? Now, minimum amount of land to have horses, that's reasonable. Animal welfare concerns, Shelter, I think would be a reasonable requirement. If you have animals, you better prove that you have a shelter to keep them in.
Well, yeah,
Vaccines.
that doesn't make sense. She wants to keep her horses there, but she's gonna sell the property.
Well, that's it. And if you want to, so you're gonna sell this and keep horses there with no shelter whatsoever for them to get into when those tennis balls, softball size hailstones start coming down. Yeah, there's more to think about here. I think. Yeah. Mr. Allsworth?
So that's why we kind of went to residential ag in our zoning, so they could have that. She was aware of that if she was gonna be annexed. She'd still be able to have them. And her septic's in the front yard. Because we looked at that too, and she was told that if it fails, she's gonna have to replace it and come on to city sewer.
Yeah, that's the A and R's general position is that what's at rest shall remain at rest and be left at rest.
Yeah,
if it
because if
fails.
they don't go from that septic tank over to that other property. And if they do that, they should have to hook up to the city water. And so,
Yeah, they're already on city water.
yeah,
Yeah.
they should have to, if they're gonna keep that, then they should have to, put city sewer in that property.
Only if it fails.
Pardon?
Only if it fails.
Okay.
They wouldn't be able to expand it and they wouldn't be able to, so they wouldn't essentially be able to build over here and add that to their existing sewer.
Right.
They couldn't.
Right, that's what I was getting at.
Right. So basically, as long as nothing changes and the system still works, they can keep using it.
Yeah, but unless they sell that piece there.
But I want to see the drawings.
Now
Yeah.
now that you say that it's in the front yard, I
I
kind
gotta
of,
remember it too.
yeah, seeing, and there's a couple houses on that street, they're on the
I
front
remember
yard.
it's in the yard right now too.
You wanna look at the sports ordinance, and get it. I got the.
Yeah, what is it?
You want to pull it up? It's 90.07. And the first part of it sort of grandfathers people in, and if you go down to C, it sort of talks about what applies to people now. Which basically says you're limited to 3 head.
Capital C. Go,
Yeah, capital C,
there we go.
right there. That's sort of people that aren't grandfathered in or have that rule. Those rules below C.
Equine livestock only and shall follow and maintain the following conditions for livestock. Shall be completely contained, released by owner of such animals. Number shall be limited to 3 head or 3 mother offspring combinations for each 1 acre of property. Not to exceed a total. Manure pile must be removed from the real property at least once each week. Between April 1st and October 1st of each year. Oh yeah, and then we get into the chickens.
So that's all there is, but it's that C 1 through 3.
So if you can keep her. All right, equine, horses, mules, and donkeys. You got a horse, you got a donkey.
It's
And
got a
if you-
donkey and a home.
Yeah, if you've got. Three. For each 1 acre, not to exceed a total of 4 head or 4 mother offspring combination. Seems strange. 3 per acre, not to exceed 4. That's such a weird way to do it. That's absurd. Anyway. Yeah, so if they annex in and they zone
Got to be in that RA1 zone.
RA1, yeah,
Scrolls we're talking about.
and we determine their zoning upon annexations, then that would be a part of that process. Their annexation resolution could also stand as a zoning resolution, because rezoning requires a resolution anyway. But okay, simple enough. Annexation's a good thing in town. And it is cheaper for them. Really. More so probably for blank land. For unimproved land would probably be even more of a financial benefit to annex than unimproved. Because, yeah, I think. Okay. Well, I guess that's it. Anything else on this agenda item? Because this was just, I think, really just a discussion.
Yeah, she didn't just want to know the board's feelings on it.
Anybody have, anything against letting this plat, that they can think of now, letting this plat move towards more of a formal process?
Yeah, I don't see any moving on it.
I wouldn't hold back on it. I wouldn't back on it.
But you're gonna require the
As long as everything's legit.
I think, require, I've never liked that.
Okay.
I think we need to make sure that everybody understands the benefits of annexing.
I don't think she cares. She's selling it.
She doesn't, she's very adamant, she does not want to annex.
It does say that right here.
Because she believes he won't be able to keep the horses.
Right,
She's-
yeah. Oh, next time we'll see her, I'll talk to her. Okay, for discussion, something. Yeah, that whole thing, I know there was at one point where they were saying, oh, she would have to connect to town sewer. That delusion needs to stop. If the septic system is functional, demanding them to connect to sewer is cruelty without purpose.
Are we voting on this then?
No,
There's no,
just want to recommend, it's just a preliminary plat. It's not the final plat.
Okay, thanks for repeating that again.
Allen Track.
And this one's also a preliminary plat, so this is some land and it's in the extraterritorial area, so it's just south of the new Black Hills Electric building. And he's just flagging it. Now, when I did pull up and beat it, if you look, so it's over after 79. See that 200 feet?
And it is technically
It's in.
contiguous because
Right.
of this little, let's measure that, that's fun, let's measure that. Where's my, oh, that's Silver, that's mine.
You can measure on that.
Oh, on Beacon?
Yet.
Yeah,
But we will have to go back to Beacon because I believe it's in the flood.
there's a measurement tool here.
That little measuring thing, that little ruler, 2 more over. That, yeah.
Ontario findings to it.
There you go. So
By
what's he gonna
6
do
feet,
with
3
that?
feet, they are contiguous.
Yeah. So, but if you look, hold up here, what's on here? Oh, it's locked. Look at it, I locked it. Log in and then you can look, because it is in the floodplain. We probably need a floodplain permit. He didn't want to fill that out because he's only planning it to sell it. And that whoever buys it could do that. And I said, well, I'm not sure that's how it works.
Yeah. Well, the county would require that anyway. Right?
Well, they're the ones wanting us.
They kicked
to
it
view
to us, yeah.
That's the next territory.
So they want to replat. And what are the questions?
Well, I told him he needed to fill out a floodplain development permit and he wouldn't do that because he said he's just buying it to sell it and that when they build on it, then they could do it.
So what does it want us to do?
He just wants to approve the plat so he can sell it. But this isn't a final plat either, it's a preliminary one.
Yeah.
So that stuff. I don't have the Mylar for you.
There's no, oh, there it is.
But are they supposed to be the floodplain development? And they do a plan?
That's a question I can ask tonight. I have a conversation scheduled. That'd be fun to annex.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody, anything on this? Any informational stuff? No further, no discussion? Okay, any recommendations? I mean, anybody, any
I
thoughts?
guess I need to know about the floodplain if we need to have.
Okay,
The floodplain development permit.
okay, check on whether floodplain development purchase is needed. Permit. Whether floodplain development permit is needed purely for plating. That's where we get into the weirdness of, I think our ordinances define development, replatting as development. So, which we've kind of looked the other way on that in the past and got there. Because they said, oh, we're just replatting, we promise, nobody's ever gonna wanna build there, and the next thing you know.
This doesn't have a permit number on it.
Yeah. And that's very important to find on that.
Okay,
I just noticed because I was tracking them that week.
now we are into digging, grading permit.
So this is Tad, Rock Electric out there. So we had tabled the digging permit until he got his FEMA letter of map revision. We got that. I have it. It's several pages. So he does have that. So I guess we need to go back and approve because we tabled that July 7th. So we need to approve the digging permit. Then I also have the hookup for water and sewer connections to those.
Okay, all bundled.
So I put them everything in the packet. And he hasn't, I talked to him the other day, he hasn't. I mean, he's got some lumber stacked out there, but.
He's digging.
And is he aware that, we don't currently have a building inspector
Yeah.
task, and he's not gonna be able to do that thing where he says, I'm just gonna do the work, 'cause I'm ready to do the work, and I'm gonna bury the lines, and I don't. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, so, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So what are we approving?
The digging permit, there is,
Oh, you want individual motions?
or do you want to do them all? I don't care.
Yeah, but, I'll entertain a motion to approve digging permit 2026-25. Motion made. Do I have a second?
Yeah,
Made and seconded. Further discussion? Mr. Holsworth?
So you say he cannot dig
no,
or put anything in yet?
Well, you can't start installing, wastewater and wastewater lines unless you're, following the inspection requirements, and we don't have inspectors, so. But he's probably got plenty of other digging he can do. He can get the holes dug, but he can't put in pipe and then bury it and say, I'm all done. That's all needs to be inspected, so as long as he's aware of that.
Which he is all done. He's already tapped water, he's already tapped sewer, he's already put all his infrastructure in and done all his.
I see he's been digging, but I didn't pay real attention what he was digging. Is it?
well. It's tough when we don't have somebody hired to do
So this shows
I mean,
the wastewater connection application was 7/7/26. When did he bring this in?
Yeah, I think those I think you brought new notes. Definitely. We couldn't do anything because the digging permit was on hold.
Hmm. Well, we're only on the digging grading permit right now. Any further on the digging grading?
Well, I'd say somebody go to them visiting and see what he really does have to. And if it's not, it's already, it's just in case.
Who's the contractor?
He was doing it himself. I didn't.
Um. Yeah, gotta have a state license to do those taps.
Does he have insurance?
I heard the contract is like things with the town. I don't know, I guess I'm not sure what he has to. The licenses.
So does he have a license?
He has a contractor's license.
Rock and like.
But the ordinance specifically states that when it comes into working on doing sewer tap, they also need, the town needs to have on file a copy of their license. Doing that work. Hmm. Anybody, anything? You want, so you think that's your thought, Donna, is we gotta,
Yeah, I
Put on
still needs
what's up
water,
there.
and-
Well, the building permit was approved,
but the digging permit.
but contingent upon him getting a new, newer digging permit.
so it was proved contingent?
The building permit was approved contingent upon a newer digging permit. Remember that was part of this later, so we got a newer digging permit, and then we got these water and sewer tap connections. And to me, these should be going like maybe with the building permit. I don't know why we're doing these later.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's kind of all messed up.
we're only just recently in a position where we no longer put the cart before the horse, so.
So what do you think he should do?
Well, I want pictures. I like pictures. I mean, if it's true that it's already been done, then whether or not this gets approved doesn't really have any meaning, right? Hmm.
Cause he's gonna say, what do you think he can get back?
Well, I mean, if a sewer or water connection was made by somebody who's not licensed to make sewer and or water connections.
Well, he should have some paperwork.
Right, but if that's the case, I mean, what do we do? Dig it back up, disconnect it, send them a bill? But that may not, maybe. Yeah, pictures, discussions. Find out who the license, if any work was done to municipal lines, who's the license installer that did it.
So you wanna go with me in the morning? I can't, I'm wondering. Can you leave the office for a few minutes, that morning, just so much?
We got another item on this agenda related to assistance with, permitting and inspections. Um,
I mean, if we agree on that one,
okay, all right, I would entertain an amendment, or I'll go ahead and make the amendment. I would, make a motion to amend to add the following. Contingent upon verification of inspections by the planning commission or authorized agents. That's my amendment. Anybody want a second?
contingent upon one, and then the inspection.
Contingent upon inspection by the planning commission or authorized agents.
Yeah, I'll second that.
And so essentially, yeah, we do anything but approve this, and that just means we gotta wait till another meeting to deal with it or do a special meeting, blah, blah, blah. So, essentially, we'll find out the details, make sure this proper inspections were done. And that inspection includes making sure that if any work was done on the municipal lines, that it was done by a licensed sewer and or water installer as appropriate. So if we find out that that connections were made and there is no licensed sewer and or water installer, well, then the inspection's gonna say, no, no, no. Stop.
So then, yeah, then we have to do a stop work order.
That we don't have to really do immediately, I don't necessarily think, but that would be the path. Authorized agents, yeah, authorized agents can make stop works. All right, so that's the amendment, and it's second. And any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of this amendment? Aye. Aye. All right, so the original motion has been amended. So now we're voting on, to approve contingent on, what was the word you used?
Verification of inspection by
Planning commission.
planning commission or authorized agents.
Yeah, that works. All right, any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Who knows, maybe we'll have an authorized agent. All right, moving on to the water and wastewater connections.
That kind of goes same hand in hand.
Mhm.
Okay, digging, grading. Minutes, and then we've got, yeah, there they are, municipal water connection.
Electric.
Application must be approved by the Monroe Planning and Zoning Committee and the Board of Trustees prior to the tap being made. Must be inspected by the authorized agent of the town, so upon inspection, board and backflow can be done, 40 gallon notice must be given to the inspection, go backflow prevented on the water meter. All out. And a lot of the same for the sewer. Before the tap is made. I will entertain a motion to approve contingent upon verification of the licensed installer. Performing work.
Do our ordinances have penalties for doing the work before the permit is done?
Daily fine. That, made a motion. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Motion made and seconded. All right, yeah, our ordinance is essentially we're kind of talking on that because the existing one is still in effect. Violations of this provision is
So under the current.
under the current ordinance is every day that this violation is in effect is a fine of, what is it currently?
It's $100.
$100 a day for being in violation. Let's hope they're not in violation. I don't like being.
I don't know that either.
All right, anybody, any further discussion on this one? Mr. Allsworth?
So basically, the checking of locates was never done on that either. And pictures of where the tap was made, how the tap was made, how it was put into the sewer. If it was actually connected to the sewer there is like 17 foot deep. Did they go that far, to put the sewer in? And was it ever looked at under the commercial building permit that engineered plans were needed for the building? Under commercial,
We really,
Have engineer plans for the commercial building. That's all green.
so you do have engineered plans? For it,
We did get
They
it
already approved the building permit.
but
with the
are
plans.
the engineered plans, stamped engineered plans? I've never seen them.
I don't think we can approve these two, the wastewater and the water. I don't think we can approve either one until we've gone out and looked at the digging and see what's going on.
Well, so
Because-
the way this motion is set up
Yeah.
is we have to find a licensed installer attached to this.
Mhm.
And if there isn't one, it doesn't get approved. If there is one, then he'll have those details for us, or he'll possibly lose his license. For being fast and loose. Like, we'll have, either there is.
But it doesn't account for any fines. So if we approve what the motion is, and they say, well, yeah, it was done 2 weeks ago, then technically, according to our ordinances, we have to fine them for the time that we approved this.
Well, we don't know any of that yet. This is
Yeah.
discovery.
Yeah, but if we just approve based on if they have an engineer,
Not an engineer,
I mean,
Inspector.
thank you.
not an inspector. A licensed
Licensed.
installer. Somebody who's going to tell us, I installed that tap. And I did it in accordance with all of your ordinances and it was 100% above the bar.
Yeah, and here's my proof.
Right.
And therefore, us as a board, planning committee, we don't, find them then at that point?
If a licensed
Licensed
installer says, I
installer,
installed it and I did it all above the bar in accordance with your rules, then we don't have to fine. If it turns out that there is no licensed installer,
Then we will.
then
Well, a licensed installer would have had the permit, and we're finding them for not having the permit, right? Doesn't have to do with them having licensed installer. The fact that they didn't have the permit approved.
I think you're right. Yeah, she's right. If the licensed installer was installing it, he would have a permit from the town,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have a permit from the town. It hasn't been approved yet. So they can't,
we have photos right now in front of us saying that any of this is done.
no, we don't have nothing from him.
A few of us have driven by, but
Has
I
anybody
haven't
seen a
gotten
stack of
out.
pipes delivered out there?
I have not seen any pipe. I have seen lumber. is all I was saying.
So we have no reason to believe that he tapped,
No, we don't
factual
have any
information
proof at
available to
all.
us indicating that he tapped either of our
We'll just have
waters.
word.
Just concern.
And I don't run on word, I run on,
Well, but we need to go out tomorrow and inspect it and see what is that like rally going on.
That's
and
why I
maybe we'll
said it
find
was-
out that
Oh
no,
my
there was no
goodness.
attempt or tapping done yet,
Yeah.
and no, we're waiting on these permits as a good little soldier. And that could be
He could be just looking for his building.
doing footings, doing,
But we'll find that out tomorrow.
oh yeah. This,
And
this
we'll
month-
take pictures.
I mean, or we can just kick this to the meeting, right? The fact of the matter is, if it's already been done,
Mhm.
but if we kick it down the road and it hasn't been done, then they're legitimate and they're waiting on us.
That'd be terrible.
That would be a terrible thing to do.
Yes.
So if we have a contingency of identifying the licensed sewer and water installer,
Then we're okay.
then we're okay.
Mhm.
Either, no, I haven't done it yet because I haven't gotten the permit, but I'm your licensed sewer and water installer and I'm ready to go. Okay, good, here's your permit.
But he has to come to the town office to get that.
Have they paid the commercial tap fee?
Yeah.
I don't imagine you would pay that before you do.
I think we don't have enough facts right now in either way to start talking about finding someone. As far as we know, it's nothing but hearsay. Whether or not any sewer or water taps you need. I like facts. I prefer facts.
And I agree with you, Dan.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
We need to call a special meeting from whatever gets found out. Saturday morning, 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Let's do it. All right, really though, let's just, is there any further discussion?
No, I think we need to just.
I apologize. I am 100% a guest in the meeting. And if I'm out of order, Mr. Chairman, please tell me. I'm Cody Gregg. I'm the director for South Philly.
Okay.
So I work with the locators and excavators.
Mhm.
In discussing this address, I know who is installing at this address as well as one of the other excavators.
Okay,
So I have the name of the company that is doing the installation.
okay,
I don't know if that would help in any circumstance.
maybe.
It is Pike at Play Excavation.
Like,
Ooh,
Pike at Play, 3 words.
excavation.
And they have a locate that was submitted on August 11th. But it does not have the town of Formosa involved in that locate because the area was the outside of your mapping area for us. So the town of Formosa was not included in the locate for this area because of a mapping situation.
Okay, so that,
This,
Right.
yes, this
Yeah.
is the area that South Dakota 811, excuse me,
identifies as Hermosa.
yes.
Oh,
That
boy.
is- That is the map that is submitted on my side.
Oh, that's not good at all. You're missing like,
thanks for
you're
coming.
missing like 40 acres of our town.
That was one of my concerns,
That is a concern.
is to make sure that we were properly identifying where the utilities are and to make sure that they are being located on time.
And you're also locating stuff that has nothing to do with us. Yeah,
So I would love to sit down and adjust mapping, make sure we have it corrected, as well as make sure we have a locator on file, which I know is your process you guys are working.
yeah. Thank you for coming.
The only reason, the
You
only
will
reason
have
I-
wondered who you were.
I'm sure, I should have introduced myself and I apologize. Ryan Simpson, the gentleman that was in last night, he's reached out to me several times regarding locates not being completed.
Mhm.
And again, I wanted to relay what South Dakota state law states and the potential for a complaint to be filed against the town of Hermosa. If that happens, then my board finds that it is an intentional violation. There could be a $5,000 penalty per day. Assessed against the town.
Okay.
So I want to offer assistance, however I can help to get over what you guys are working on, to make sure that the assets stay protected, excavators are staying protected, you don't have somebody dig into a utility because it wasn't located.
So when, that, you mentioned, Mr. Simpson. So when that locate was called in, we were still under contract with a locator.
Right.
We had chronic issues of that team ignoring, neglecting, dismissing.
Right.
Now, if there's a $5,000 fee associated,
So there are 3 locates that I have that have not been responded to. So if B and B was to file a complaint against the town of Formosa, against all 3 of those, there's the potential for a $15,000 penalty. So again, I'm here to offer assistance. How do we get over this hump and how do we make sure that asset stays protected?
right?
Is if he digs into it, even though the locates are cleared, he has met his start date and start time. He is cleared to dig at this point. If he ruptures that water line, he is not responsible for that repair.
Who is cleared to dig?
If Brian Simpson, B&B excavation, because the locates are cleared.
So now, being that ATAC was responsible for performing that ATAC was essentially the company, they were contracted to perform that locate. And he ruptured that line.
They are contracted to you. You are the registered utility, so the town of Formosa would be responsible for that.
Right? And then we would,
Responsible
Litigate.
to them for the fees. And then if
Right.
we had to recoup the fees.
then we dropped the hammer of all hammers.
When was,
Shattered
what was the date on
shattered
that
granite.
locate request? When did
Six.
There
you
is
send it to them on the 6th?
I think the first one was the 6th, wasn't it?
August 6th?
Yes,
August
August 6th, and that one was cleared on
The
August
day we
11th.
sent them the letter.
And then,
That's the day we terminated,
right,
the same
So
day.
they were still,
Hmm.
and that was the first time I had to notice.
The termination is effective 7 days after.
yeah.
7 days after, so they were still
Right.
obligated to fulfill their duties for 7 days.
Right, and, yeah,
Again, I appreciate the freedom for the conversation, and I will stick around for any questions.
Ah. Okay, so now that we have that information, so he called in a locate over there. Did he provide a map of where he wanted it located, things like that?
Yes, sir, he did.
And I'm talking about the electric, the commercial property.
He, Pike at Play and Rock Electric both have locate tickets, but again, the city of Formosa is not listed as utility on that because of the mapping.
So we're not gonna get fined for that because we aren't on the map. That's not our problem. It's Started by the grace of being accident. Okay. Mark,
As 811 cleared it okay to dig, but there's not even an approved digging permit for that
for,
sewer repair.
yet. Yeah,
Have we always had sewer repair and
if you're going in the right of way. Yeah,
only if you're going into the right of way?
well, in somebody's yard, no, the ordinance.
so as long as he stays out of the right of way, he's staying away from
Which
the
is
main.
totally away from me.
So if he digs into the right of way without a digging and grading permit and hits the main because he's digging where he's not actually
He's digging
approved to
without a
dig
permit.
by the town, and he's digging without a permit and hits the main because he's digging without a permit. That sounds like a terrible thing to do, to go dig without a permit and then cut open a water main or sewer main.
Can we go back to what we're on and then go back to being a board? Are we ready?
We're on P&D, we want to go back to being on.
I do.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, so where are we at?
We were approving the water permit. I think that was the motion, right, Terry?
or was it just the water or the way water and wastewater? I wasn't sure.
So have they been notified that town of Formosa wasn't involved in their locate and that they should be cautious of digging where there may potentially be town of Formosa assets?
I have not, because I just looked up that address, but I will reach out to them.
Okay, because, I mean, we don't want them to be the innocent party in something that seems to be a clerical error, right, essentially. Yeah. Okay, back to the matter at hand, right. So, I don't know, do you wanna tweak this motion to be different? Because my thoughts is that if there's light and sewer and water installer, and they're doing everything above the bar, and if there's not, then we reject this and. But it sounds like, well, Pike can play
I never heard of that, nor they have.
What happened to our TV?
Oh,
It got weird.
It's just screens there that got weird.
I think we just,
It happens. This computer's ready to eat it. Yeah, this is useless. Never mind. Well, we have a, no, that's fine. We have a rabbit hole to run down and figure out.
Mhm,
But it sounds like they have multiple contractors, not just electric. So,
mhm.
yeah. All right. Any further discussion?
I
Mark?
know Lake and Play, they're at Foxell, I know they're licensed to do sewer and water, cause I've gotten bids from them.
Okay. Sounds good. Mr. Holsworth?
So does that mean then, if they've already dug it in, then they will be pursued or not?
I don't really want to go on ifs and hypotheticals. I think we need to find out more of the facts before we.
So how does your motion read then, just approval, or is there a contingency on that too?
Contingent upon verification of licensed installer performing the work.
Perform it, not who perform, who's going to perform the work, because according to this permit, it cannot be done until after the permit is approved and has not been approved.
Mhm. Who's performing? And provided documentation, is that what you were saying? You wanted to see pictures or no?
Well, they called in a locate
Yeah.
and didn't get anything on town also.
Mhm. I don't know.
I don't know. Anybody want to make an amendment to this? Because the thing is, I don't want to have this set up without any sort of a contingency. I want us to be able to not have to come back to another meeting or have to. Unless y'all are fine with us having to schedule a meeting for something like this.
Social life is pretty close. Okay, so, start it out, and how was it?
Well, we got it. We got a motion. Mm,
Yeah, the motion essentially approves it once we've identified, but we may have inadvertently already identified our sewer water installer, so that doesn't really give us much to go on after all. What's the motion again, Terry?
To approve contingent upon verification of licensed installer performing the work.
I'll make a motion to amend to include. And verification of full compliance with Hermosa ordinances and state law. Doesn't know. All right. Motion made. Anybody want a second? Made and seconded. Further discussion on the amendment? Essentially, the goal there is to make sure that it's not just that we identify the sewer water installer, but we make sure that everything they've done is, anything they're doing, they're fully compliant. So it turns out that they did already start digging and
Wow.
James, anything else?
I would say, I've heard a couple of different comments about whether we have to fine them for not doing the permit or for doing this in a less way. I would just say that the penalty in the current sewer statute doesn't say that the board has to mandatorily fine anyone. I mean, it's still discretionary with the board at whatever level you want to set, whatever aspect of the ordinance they violated. You can say, well, we're not happy that they didn't get a permit, or we're not happy that they dug this without a licensed person, or whatever. Either one of those could be cause for the board to seek the enforcement. but you don't have to do either. And it's still discretionary with the board about what you want to do for enforcement.
We absolutely don't have to even talk about that because we don't have any facts.
Well, and I don't know how fair it is to hold our ordinances over the heads of the people that are doing the contracting work at this point because of an outdated map.
But they should know that.
No, it wouldn't be the map.
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, that's.
It wouldn't be the map we're worried about. It would be the theoretical possibility that they may have already done sewer and water taps without the inspections being done. That's really what I'm worried about, is that lines were tapped without us making sure that they use the proper saddle on the sewer, because we've seen what goes wrong when people just decide that they don't want to follow that. That they figured out some creative way to tap the water line, and now we've got a leak underground that we may end up chasing, and that's the ordinance compliance that I'm more worried about, not so much the map.
Gotcha.
And we're all talking theoreticals.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still on the amendment? All right, anybody want to talk about any further from board members on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Abstain from that.
Okay, so now it's amended. So it's approval contingent on identification of the licensed installer and verification that everything's being done in accordance with ordinances and state law. Which to me covers,
What on there?
right, that's the original, right? That kind of where, yeah, so which to me that covers, I mean, if they have a licensed sewer and water installer and they're doing everything in accordance with the ordinances, why would we not approve it, right?
Right, but we need something to show
Right,
that we do, that we can approve it.
and that's how we'll confirm that it's in accordance with the ordinances, right? Once we see. I don't remember seeing any pipes out there. I drive by every day. I've seen the lumber stacked there like crazy. I've seen machines out there, but maybe he's just setting footings as far as we know, and there hasn't actually been any pipe work done. So I guess we'll find out now. If we see a sewer line sticking out, well, there's no. Anyway.
Okay.
Everybody, further dispute. Connie,
Well, I'm just saying, the man's gonna be bringing in quite a little revenue into our city, so I think it would be nice to work with him. He didn't know, obviously 811 wasn't out there, so I think he was trying to do things the legal route.
well, as far as we know, the only thing we have indicating anything to the contrary is hearsay. So,
Right.
but we're gonna go check it out. Alrighty, further from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Abstain.
All right,
I think the board is was.
yeah, we did the amendment and then we did the. Okay, that was a lot more than,
I make a motion that we adjourn as the planning and zoning commission and reconvene as the board of trustees at 8:38.
motion made, do we have a second?
I said, no.
Who was first?
I just, let's just move on.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, this meeting is way longer than I thought it would be. Approved budget for new computer at workstation by BOT meeting area. So yeah, as everybody just witnessed, things got weird and our computer gave up on our TV. So we're running the recording software right now to record the meeting, and it's pretty much taken everything this little all-in-one computer has to do that. Anytime we try to do anything else, things go wrong. But this is also good enough to be the administrative assistant's computer. That computer is even worse. That computer is basically a brick with a screen attached to it at this point. So the idea is to move this one in there and put that in a position where it's doing a more appropriate amount of work and getting a machine that could really handle these recordings and the stuff we want to be able to do, Teams, to be able to record and have somebody up on the screen for Teams and give a presentation and eventually live stream when we get internet that isn't circa 1998. So this is about a computer to do that. Just the budget.
So what do you need to budget for this?
I, buy computers and they have gotten very expensive over the last month, due to a lot of political reasons. And I think that we should get a computer that is, business.
Oh, we
business class.
want, so what we really want is, a gaming
Well,
streaming machine.
that would be fine. Yeah, that's right in line with the same thing. So I'm thinking a budget of $3,500.
Whoa,
I know.
that's like 4 times what I would spend building this rig.
Well, you can build it if you want, but
Oh, well, how could I not take this? I haven't built a computer in like 6 years.
they are fun to build.
Yeah,
They are.
and I'm due for a new one myself. Crossfire really kind of tired.
You can build it for less. That's true.
Yeah. So one cool thing is a lot of the reasons so the computer prices have gone up. I don't know what you've heard political, that's fine, but a big part of why computing is going up is the AI data centers they're building. You maybe have heard using the term GPU when they talk about building data centers. These AI, they train using GPUs, not just simple processors, but gaming GPUs, and they can be anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 a pop, and they're loaded up with platinum and gold, and they're super expensive. And they don't need one; they need 100,000 of them. 100,000 GPUs running, and that's why all our water's getting consumed because they, yeah. Anywho, but as things have gone on, there's a massive growing market of old GPUs.
That's true.
A GPU from 5 years ago is 10 times more than we need. So used parts market, new motherboard, new RAM, new processor, because used GPU, that's where we get the streaming power because we want it encoded on the GPU, then we get the streaming, the live streaming.
I was gonna say, this is not legal advice, but I did build a computer myself, about a year and a half ago. Sort of, I think you're talking about, is about, cost me about, I think, building myself.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of.
So are you thinking you want to build a computer? Or-
Yeah, we'll save 70% by me just putting them together. A Ryzen 9 is way more than enough for what we need. With the way the streaming works, all the power's in the GPU. You know, if we're not going to game with it, we're just going to stream and do meetings. So we need mediocre processor, mediocre RAM, mediocre hard drive, sledgehammer GPU.
What kind of budget we're gonna do?
I mean, if you want to go with Trina's, did anybody second? Did you?
No,
No, I didn't
I did not even make a motion.
If you want to go with that, and then everybody can be super impressed when we only spend 10% of it.
Okay, I didn't make a motion. 3,500 for a new computer for the town.
Thank you, Don. I second that.
Made and seconded. Further discussion.
This whole.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Maybe I'll record the building of it. And put it up on the YouTube channel.
Well,
I mean, that's a
make sure
big
that
budget, Trina.
the town has to buy all the parts so that it doesn't look like we paid you to build it. I'm just saying, be careful.
Has it ever looked any different? Yeah, there's some stories. I know there are always stories.
I haven't heard any stories. that just popped in my mind.
All right, yeah, no, Terry, we'll probably get a list of, that's how I do. I just sent Terry an email. I'm like, here's some stuff on Amazon you need to order.
You want to stay up on.
Me? All right, budget for, oh, here's a fun one. Now, this is finally something that we're actually doing for the citizens, not us. That's good.
So the one in your packet.
There it
is
is.
not the correct- Yeah, the one in your packet is not the correct resolution, that's all that is.
Can I make the motion?
Oh,
Yeah.
I make the motion and.
Oh, wait, no, this is a reading. This needs a reading.
Oh, it says approve.
The resolution.
It's a resolution.
That says age.
But just the title, not the whole
Yeah.
thing. Right. Pretty sure.
You don't read it out.
The whole thing?
You don't have to read out the rates.
Just like the title heading, like,
Yeah.
yeah. Does anybody else want to do the honor? Terry? I'll do it.
Yeah.
All right, resolution 09-2026, water rate structure. A resolution to establish water rates and charges for the municipality of Hermosa, Custer County, South Dakota. Be it resolved by the municipality of Hermosa, Custer County, South Dakota, that under the authority in the Town Code of Ordinances 50.11, the owners or occupants connected with the Hermosa municipal water system shall pay for water consumed as listed in the rate scheduled below. It is hereby established that there shall be 5 classes of water users: in-town residential, in-town commercial, out-of-town residential, out-of-town commercial, and historic/religious. The new category, historic/religious, means any building within the municipal limits of the town of Hermosa that meets the following criteria: is owned or operated by a nonprofit organization whose primary purpose is historical preservation, heritage education, religious worship, or religious instruction. Is open to the public for historical, cultural, educational, or religious purposes on a periodic or regular basis, and has applied to the town clerk for recognition of such status. All right, I guess I'll go through some of them here. Service fee is looking at $24 for in-town residential, $42 for in-town commercial, $44.40 for out-of-town residential, $60 for out-of-town commercial, and $24 for historical religious, which matches the residential rate. Each 1,000 gallons shall be calculated at a rate of $6.50 for in-town residential and historical/religious users, $9.75 for in-town commercial users, $13 for out-of-town residential users, and $16.25 for out-of-town commercial users. So now that we're through that part, this has been kind of kicked down the road. So right now, everybody pays a flat fee for the first 3,000 gallons. So if you only use 700, you still basically pay for. I think is that the
Current one.
Yeah. So let's say right now you use 700 gallons, you pay $41. By this, if you use 700 gallons, that's a terrible number. I'm going to go with 1,000 because it's clear. 1,000 gallons, $41. If you use 1,000 gallons with the new rate, it would be $30.50. So you'd save $11.50. If you're a 1,000 gallon user, you're going to save $11.50 as an in-town $10.50 as an in-town residential math. Yeah, and that similar scaling applies across the board. Another thing is the category of North Hermosa water users was removed. They are out-of-town residential. Couldn't find anything really justifying one particular group of out-of-town residential users being billed differently than other out-of-town residential users. So that got corrected. And the new historical religious, because there are some places in town that they'll use sometimes 10, 15 gallons of water, but they were previously identified as commercial properties. So they were paying 60, not just like the residential 41, but like the 65. So, yeah, and that's that. Anybody want to start talking?
I think it's a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Citizens.
Mr. James?
I just would, I think I helped draft this last year or earlier. And I just reminded the court that I did draft an application form too for the status. So we should still have that as well. If the board wants to see that, it could be used.
Very good. Yeah, and I kind of think we can lean on that, right? Has applied to the town clerk for registration of, so essentially they come in, Terry, get that form, fill it out, and They meet all the criteria.
Yeah, the criteria were pretty basic. We weren't really gonna scrutinize their religion, anything like that. you know,
Right,
just-
right.
It was just, you know,
I think the open for the public is,
right, you can't just say, well, I got a church in my kitchen, so. whatever.
right, right,
Yeah, I mean, right.
yeah.
So you don't have
Yeah. Anybody in the audience have anything here? Any thoughts? Anybody? No? Okay. No further discussion? All right, I guess no motion was made yet. Anybody wanna make a motion?
What?
To approve this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution 08/2026 water rate structure.
I'll second that.
091.
Yeah. so
Oh,
I had to change
well, it was wrong on
It was
here,
wrong in the-
excuse
yeah.
me.
Oh, yeah.
09.
Sorry.
So you're straight out.
What, Caitlin, after name, had
Oh, all right,
So we have to make a motion to.
no, that's a good motion. You just fixed it.
Oh,
I'll entertain a second.
Yeah, I said.
Made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi,
Very good. Hopefully that bears fruit and people save money.
What do we just vote for this?
Yes.
It's still a first reading.
yeah, it's gotta go
It's a
through
resolution, it doesn't, it's approved by
Oh, it's not-
motion.
okay.
An ordinance, is
Yeah, yeah.
2 readings.
two.
Yeah,
Okay.
it just has to be,
Okay.
it has to be published in its entirety.
But it still won't take effect for the 20 days. It's just one reading instead of two.
So
Yeah.
it'll go probably in effect with the next water
Okay,
reading.
that's right.
September.
Okay, Tower Hill Road drainage upgrade plan discussion. Do we have any more?
I have not heard back from who I reached out to, so, that's. I reached out to him again. And, when did I do that? It was Monday.
Okay.
Monday I reached out to him again. So,
I don't think it's a huge rush,
Okay.
but we did discover that we have $62,000 sitting in our
Right.
streets budget for the year.
mm,
And that's,
yeah.
we
I
let's
know.
start burning that down.
Well, but we do have some potholes too, but yes, I'm not. I'll keep.
That left for 2026.
Right.
Yeah.
We've got, for the next 4 months, we've got 75% of our streets budget. Yeah. Oh, Terry, did you print out that I emailed you? Public Works, job descriptions?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're in
Oh,
here.
oh,
Yeah, into that.
sweet.
Yep. Yep, yeah.
Very good, okay.
So we're gonna just table that one for now.
Tower Hill drainage, yeah, we can
Put it
just,
on the next meeting.
Yeah.
all right, so we'll just postpone Tower Hill road drainage rate plan discussion to the next meeting.
I think,
I don't know if we need a motion to do that. Well, if we don't make any motions that fail, then it just floats to the next agenda, right?
And it's just a discussion, I don't know.
Yes, but just float, it can float, sweet. Discussion on pursuing contracted animal control services.
So I did talk to Connie down at Battle Mountain Humane Society. And they thought about it, doing a contract with us, but they're in a position right now, they don't have the staff. That getting surgeries and so she just doesn't feel like they have the time to do it. So they don't, they opted out of doing a contract with us for the animal control.
Is there other options? How's the Rapid City handle it? How's
That's what.
Hill
The
City
Humane
handle it?
Society of the Black Hills. I
Yeah,
can reach out to them if you want.
Sure.
Because if Battle Mountain is out of Custer,
Right.
Rapid is
And-
closer anyway.
Right, and they do, Custer County has a contract with them and Custer City has a contract with Battle Mountain. They just didn't want to. Didn't really have people to come over this way.
Yeah, we should see what others options, yeah. Okay, anything more on that one? let it float till the next meeting. Motion to approve job posting Public Works Associate. So we did technically, in a weird way, sort of make a motion to approve a Public Works job posting last night, contingent on basically the board, all board members getting to review it and the attorney getting to approve it. But, my assistant spit this out, the long version and the abbreviated version. Pretty much just gave took the one that we were, given by Rural Water and poured in all the, additional. A couple of things put in there, the, 25 miles within. The schedule, I mean, yeah, it just seemed like something that you kind of want to maybe have in there, work schedule. That's obviously flexible if you want to tweak that easy enough. 7 to 4, Monday through Friday. It's a really good work schedule for blue collar type work.
We have to be on call.
So that's one thing is the on-call for sewer and water. We can't really do that until the apprenticeship's done. On-call snow removal, we can once we have basically the support in place for that. So on-call would be something that would kick in later. Right, because you're not gonna take somebody that just joined the apprenticeship and be like, all right, be ready to get a call at 3 a.m. or
Been there, done that.
right. So, and again, our current water operator is in that agreement that it's on them, the 24-hour on-call. And if he fulfills the mentor position, then maybe it'd be up to him, like, oh, no, my apprentice, I want you out there when I'm, it's probably a good idea to lean on the mentor and the state. But yeah. CDL, not required at hiring, but, like we talked about, last night, once the apprenticeship is completely done, basically 2 years, they're now our certified sewer water operator. We should put them through for a CDL, like a follow on. It can be anywhere from $1,200 to $1,800 to get somebody CDL. Then we have Mr. James.
I would just, if that's something you want to be a criteria for the applicant, I would make it clear that they need to be eligible to apply for CDL.
Oh, yeah, so that's kind of baked in, not in an obvious way, but, we talked last night about, the physical, conditions of employment, background check, pre-employment drug screening, and successful town paid DOT physical prior to hire. Essentially the same physical that they have to take to qualify for CDL.
Yeah, I'd also mark that section because, I don't know any more detail on what a successful background check means or, random drug testing can mean a lot of things. I don't know if it'd be helpful to have just a one sentence, I don't know. But, I don't know what criteria make it successful, like, it's a whole range of history somebody could have, and some of it may be conservative, some of it may not be. I don't know. I would just add something like, in the judgment of whoever.
That's another thing I actually, we haven't talked about it before, but, my experience seems to be that most companies anymore contract out their background check. Like you find somebody that when you get a new hire, you don't really do it yourself and say, all right, background check people, here's our applicant. Because we're not experts in investigating people's backgrounds, unless you want to be.
I've done it, but I don't know how to. But yeah, I mean, certainly anybody can send off to the state or the get back. So as far as the South Dakota information. But you could send that.
And we usually go to the Attorney General's website and do the federal background.
Yes.
And you can, they go to Rapid and have the fingerprints done, and they do state background. That's what I'm gonna do. I think about $45.
So maybe that's,
I just think adding the language there, that little paragraph, that they must be eligible to qualify.
eligible to apply for CDL.
Yeah, it's pretty short. But I think it potentially should be an issue.
Okay, so CDL is not required for at higher, but must be eligible. Something like that.
That's what it would apply.
But must be eligible to apply. And. Um. Does everybody think that's something important to go for?
Yeah.
Well, if we don't have anything to drive it, it's a CDL license, I would think that we're, I mean, I don't think they have to have it, but.
We have one thing already that requires a CDL.
That's $500, I think.
Just the exam.
Well, we wouldn't hire a contractor that didn't have a CDL. So I think if we're gonna have an, if we were contracting to work out, it would require a CDL. So I think if we're going to employ somebody, they should have.
Why would we have to contract with a
Haven't we done that in the past with contractors that did public works? Need a CDL?
No. No, other than the back truck, the town doesn't have anything that needs a CDL.
Well, so it's
Well, he has CDL, but.
Like,
He had his own.
Yeah,
He wasn't driving anything out of
right.
going to the town.
we ended up with a water truck, or if we ended up with a truck and trailer and an excavator on the back of it, that just puts it over the weight limit of being a CDL.
But I don't think right at this point.
No,
You know.
so we can, all right, so we'll be scheduled
That's not part of the.
and funded by the town hall. Must be eligible to apply. Which employee does not already hold. All right, CDL training and licensing may be scheduled and funded. Yeah, I'm gonna change CDL and training licensing may be. So the CDL is not required to hire, but must be eligible to apply. Applicants who already possess an appropriate CDL are encouraged to apply. CDL training and licensing may be scheduled and funded by the town following completion of the apprenticeship. That lets us kick it down the road and decide in 2 years whether or not we want to send them through CDL. All right. Anybody?
Person doing a lot of meetings.
Right.
Not automatically.
But to give Lauren heads up.
Well, yeah, no, definitely not automatically.
Maybe in the future.
Responsibilities. Responsibilities may include, but are not limited to, lawn care, blah, 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 blah. Traffic timing, yeah. Yeah. May is a fun word.
Mhm. We don't want to lose our reliable person there.
No, I guess the way I would say it is that in the event that our water meter leaves, then it's like,
Or if we need a reading. Like if I.
Or an
move out or
emergency
something,
reading or-
I mean, they'll still do that.
yeah. Yeah. I don't think we need to, do any other motions on this. I just wanted to have it here at the meeting so that everybody would get a hard copy. Cause the way it currently reads is that, once all the board members have seen it and city attorney's good with it, then we'll deploy it. So I can make these changes and send them to Terry and she can blast them out again. If everybody's good with that. Anything else though, while we're here? Oh, yeah. Oh, and I added applicants will be evaluated in part on mechanical aptitude during the interview process. Lefty, loosey, righty, tighty. That's the bare minimum. We're not gonna hire a maintenance person who doesn't have basic mechanical inclination and, I'm gonna come up with a test. Fun for all three. But no, that's, because it's not. Talk is one thing, and there are plenty of times where people will say, oh yeah, no, I can fix. Next thing you know, everything's covered in bubble gum and duct tape.
So do we have to motion table this one? No? I know we
There's,
just-
yeah,
we
there's,
approved
we
the-
already did it.
We
essentially, but-
approved a posting last week. Or
Last
last night.
week, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We just did it, got on this one.
But yeah, if everybody wants to look through them and finds any weird little details that they think maybe don't quite fit, or then Scott, if you find anything else. Okay, everybody good with this discussion? I don't know what's.
That goes good. 90.
90.
The next one.
It's not included in the package.
Okay. Interstate, that's a familiar name.
The attachment didn't get printed and, that's getting handed out, but I thought these rates were fairly decent. And the email that did get printed out, I think is pretty clear that they understand that this is for inspections, permitting, planning items, etc.
I don't see a building inspector fee. I see a full spectrum engineering firm.
I did not ask him which of these rates would go under that, but we did specifically talk about building inspections.
So,
Yeah, it
plan-
says permitted
Yeah,
inspections,
permitting.
planning.
Mhm.
action planning. Can I ask Terry, how much, do you have any idea what they're getting charged to do these events?
The
Last year?
inspection,
No, for all of these things, again, for,
How much we're paying Neil?
well, we have the permitting, inspecting and planning. So let's talk about it.
planner was 130.
But I mean, how much total did we?
What did we budget for that or did
Or
we
do we
pay?
pay on it?
Should be in there.
I'm just trying to make sure we're
Yep.
under the 50,000.
So, yeah, for that. B and C, we budgeted 20,000 and to date we've spent 15,270.
Okay, so. I was.
Yeah, we were-
Professional services.
Gotcha.
And, limitation, bidding, when you bid it out,
Sure.
people under that.
Approved, all right, so the agenda item reads approved negotiations with Interstate Engineering, for possible assistance with permitting, inspection and planning items. Well, we don't have anything even close to resembling a proposal. Really, what we need, the only thing we need right now is a building inspector, and that does not have to have an engineer within 1,000 miles. But like, building inspector and engineer are like completely unrelated. So,
Yeah, that's why they have so many techs. Maybe.
so
He said he's done it for other communities in the area. I think he mentioned Spearfish and some others, but I'd have to ask again, but. Yeah, it's up to you if you want something different.
we really, I think what we really need right now, like immediately, I mean, obviously it can't be right now, but what we need immediately is, building inspector. Cost per inspection, things they'll inspect. Will you inspect our water connections? Yes, no. Will you inspect our sewer connections? Yes, no. How much will you charge? foundations, like the building, yeah, so it really needs to be,
Just a
we
general
don't need,
inspector.
we don't, this is getting into the area of all of our eggs in one basket again also. We don't need a planner,
Well-
engineer, building inspector, operator, installer, all working at the same company, right? Because that just burns bridges.
Well, it's whatever we ask them to do, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, maybe this is our, maybe this is the one to consider for the town engineer that literally never actually engineers anything and just reviews other engineers' work and says, yeah, you're safe if you go with this, or, oh, they're trying to rip you off. Right, because that's gonna be our town engineer, right? Our shield against lawsuits.
I think we need somebody that can engineer, inspect buildings and sewer and that kind of thing. Yeah. Just general inspection.
Yeah.
And who's gonna do the locates?
Um,
Cause he and I had talked about that.
It's right there.
Maybe,
Oh,
I mean, I kind of thought that this company might cover the locates for us and all.
I would just point out there, I mean, one advantage of this is there's not a term service, you know, you're not locked into anything. If you wanted to use it as a stopgap or something.
just like an at
Just
will.
to cover your.
Yeah.
I
So that we-
mean, that may be a reason to do it, I don't know. Just to get rid of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the stuff that I talked to him about, and that would at least keep us going until we find something more in line with what you're suggesting.
As long as he understands that, we're not asking him to engineer anything.
Oh, he knows that.
Nobody's asking, Hermosa's not asking anybody to engineer anything.
He said if that's something the town wanted, then we could talk about it, but we were clear that that was not what we were talking about here. This
And
was
if the
not
day
what
comes
was
when
gonna
we
do.
do need something engineered, it'll be a process of casting the net far and wide and making sure that the engineer is actually,
But
yeah.
like we were saying about that property and, oh, who's gonna go out and have a look at it? Board members should not be the ones going out and having a look at it. It should be
We don't have anybody to do it.
right.
Yeah.
But that's
He
why,
should not be an engineer either.
well, no, but a building
Yeah.
permit person, what's
Building
his email?
inspector, yeah.
Permitting inspections and planning items, etc. That's perfect for us, a stopgap between.
No, just inspections. Just inspections.
Inspections is listed, and it's whatever we ask them to do. So I feel like this is a great opportunity to at least get us through next month or so, if not longer, depending on how well it works.
All right, so let's make a little quickie list, things we need inspected. Donna, you're probably gonna be more adept at this than any of us, but I'll start with sewer main connection. Water main connection. Anything else we need inspected?
Well, your foundations and stuff.
all your buildings,
Building.
inspections there.
Yeah, there's several.
Several inspections. but-
Building inspections. You know, the reality of it is that there's probably a list of phone numbers of people we can just call and say, hey, I need this inspected, and they'll just show up a little while later to do it and send us a small bill without necessarily being associated with a different.
There used to be a time.
Will they also do our locates for us? That's why I like having one company to do what Neil did, Neil was supposed to do for us,
But Neil was.
There were times when we had locates called in and 2 weeks later we were told the locates still weren't done while we had one company doing everything. And I think that's largely the reason why it was happening is because we had one company doing everything, but not doing any particular thing very well.
How are we gonna handle the locates? Cause I really want to.
There are companies that you could call that probably all they do is locates.
Are
We have a
we not-
locate, please help us.
Are we not gonna accept this?
I give you the floor.
If I may, absolutely, yes. There are private locate companies that I can give you contact information. They will take on that locating project for you. Some of them are nationwide where they have a very wide range of invoicing. Some of them are more local to where the expense is not gonna be as bad. But you'll have somebody local with a quicker response time when a locate comes into us. And when I looked at, how many locates that have come in since August 1st, we've had 16 submitted for the township of Hermosa in 16 days. So the locates are out. And there are several, again, that are not being responded. Some of them are with the mapping concern. So I would love to get with one of you guys to get the mapping updated. That's going to be my first recommendation. The contract locators, I can absolutely send a list over on companies to reach out to start that process.
But we have to approve something tonight that at least gives a budget, so.
You said if we don't get locates done and something bad happens, it's $5,000 fine.
It's a $5,000 fine per day per instance.
So if we're in a situation where we need to locate and we found a company that can do that locate, that's an emergency situation that doesn't need a motion to support it, in my opinion. If the alternative is a $5,000 fine or a phone call, that may cost us 2, 3.
I can have companies that would have a proposal to you by the time of your next board meeting.
Yeah, but we really need something tomorrow for the ones that are out there.
I understand. Again, I've got some references that I can send over.
Have you used Jim's an awful lot?
Jim's is one of them, yes. Yeah, Jim's is one of them. There's any electrical contractors, like Move Electric, I know they've done locating in the past, which they're always gonna get for their fees. But an electrical contractor is also a good resource.
Okay. Sounds like we've got better information. Yeah, do you have our emails?
I
Please?
love my phone number and operations book on Terry's.
Very good.
Yes. So are we in violation?
Yes,
Nobody's hit anything though. Somebody may
They don't-
try to.
They don't have to get anything to finance not having it done, right?
Right, that is correct. It's
So
just a
we're
matter
in
of how.
trouble right now.
yes.
Yes, because
Okay.
with even the ones that were submitted with B and B, there's potentially 6 violations over that 3 day, over those 3 locates that were submitted.
Right. So again, tonight we need to approve something. If we're not gonna approve what I
This isn't, yeah,
presented
this isn't-
here, then we need to approve for Terry to reach out or have a budget per locate.
we don't
What-
have to attach budgets.
Well, they might just tell us how much I mean, right now, we're kind of in dire need of an inspector, and a locator.
Yeah.
So we might have to pay what they say they want.
Again, we have a piece of paper here that says, here's our, you will do.
No, there's no,
I don't
anything
understand
about
that.
locates, it doesn't say anything about inspections.
Land,
Engineering.
funding, surveyors.
It
Yeah, it
doesn't say any dollar amounts about building inspections, yeah, we're spinning our wheels. So I would entertain a motion authorizing Terry to identify, acquire, and utilize building inspection services and locate services as necessary.
I second that motion.
Identify what, no, you want to put that.
Building,
In building inspection services and locate services as necessary.
You made the motion?
I'll entertain.
I
Donna
make
made
the
it.
motion. I make the motion that entertain.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Is that helping us? Do you think that
Yes.
that's essentially,
It's definitely a step in the right direction.
Right, we're one step
Seems-
at a
seems
time.
happening.
that's why we're here. to make people happy.
Again, I appreciate the candid conversation and the ability to just freely conversate with the board very much.
Yeah, it's a new thing we're doing in Hermosa, but so far people seem to enjoy it.
I like it.
Okay, so we've authorized Harry to save our butts again.
We haven't voted on it, though.
Oh, yeah, we're on a motion.
It's getting late.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passed. Thank you very much for showing and for
Thank you.
helping to keep us out of trouble.
Feel free to give me a call anytime.
Yeah,
Very good.
thank you.
Look at that. Rock and roll. 10 minutes for the claims. All right, we have
I make a motion, we accept claims this.
$15,570. Yeah, all right. Motion made. Do we have a second?
Second,
Made and seconded. All right. Sorry, into discussion. 40,000 for tank floor reseal.
did it get done? The reason?
Yeah, and it's
really
pretty.
good.
Oh, not the right time for the discussion. Okay, there's other discussions to be had about water tonight. Annual property and liability. Oh, let's see. Quarterly. Steel tank washout and disinfect. Okay, mow and trim town property. Keller drilling, repair on water tank. Repair of water tank.
It's only came back this
Yeah, this is from, so. Right. We need to find out exactly, yeah, I don't really want to kick this because it's Keller and I don't think they had any bad intentions, but I can't figure out for the life of me when we approved $2,700 for this. Because we had already paid for what they did with the well. We'd already paid that. So I don't know exactly what this is, this additional, we paid, what was it, 2,300 or something for running the well and
Wasn't it
testing.
inside the thing? When you put the-
Yeah, we need more details on exactly what that is. I think.
It was like, I don't think it was 2750 that we paid before,
For running the well.
the first time they came.
The only thing I can think of is those flanges,
Yeah.
and that was about $400 worth of work. So you had a mobility, I mean, maybe $1,000, maybe. I think that was in the contingency, right? Or in the emergency. We made that.
Well, that, the other one was, because we paid the 2670. And then they showed up on 721. And then this was 724. So a few days later.
Cast iron welding flanges and fittings. Yeah, this is for those flanges.
Mobilization, 1 man, 910.
Well, all right, so they're done and we did need them and we're going to need them because of how the valving is set up. We couldn't really move forward without them, so I don't know, unless anybody else has a problem with it, I think that kind of is what it is. It was any other thoughts on that one?
No.
Okay. Do we have the breakdown of this final ATAC invoice?
That didn't include anything. The last thing that I found out on there. So it's basically operations, most of the majority of it. And then a little bit of- This is 6750, that was the.
So, our water operations is a not to exceed contract. Correct? Time and materials not to exceed
Yeah.
with a monthly dollar value.
Is it considered an emergency? Let's see. So that way it's not an operation. Just wastewater. Well, there's emergency repairs. Yeah. I think yeah, there's anything in the water.
This is
It's wastewater.
only, no, it's all right, wastewater and water, it goes back and forth between them. So
Water, okay, water.
water and wastewater. So
Okay.
18,000, no. Some 20,000 emergency repair water ops. 150, 130, and 50.
So these are the 12.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think it was 14 total.
so we have 12 hours at 150, 48 hours at 130, 48 hours at 50. So this doesn't fall, first, it doesn't fall under the water and wastewater because it's time and materials not to exceed.
I haven't looked at that, so
Yeah,
I don't know whether, I'm certainly skeptical of this from my experience with the other two situations, so
yeah, well, and when
I don't know enough to say. It's happening.
I think it needs further consideration. I don't know what y'all think, but
We can approve depending, or with the exception of that one, to look at further information.
yeah, I think we should,
Amend that?
yeah, I'll entertain a motion to amend. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, to exclude ATAC invoice of 15,570 pending further examination.
So did you make that? motion? You want me to make that motion?
If you want.
I will make a motion that we exclude the 15,570 to be had from the claims amount until further information is found.
Very good. Motion amendment, motion made. Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion on that one? Mr. James?
Who is gathering the information and examining them? That's one of the extra.
Fair question.
You can.
The board directs me. I mean, it would be easy to include in my, I've already got to communicate with that anyway. I would just include it as, well, we're not disputing this bill yet, but we are seeking additional information about this issue as well. You know, it's easy for me to throw that into what I've already assigned. So,
Yeah, okay.
so
That
I
works.
certainly, but I guess I want to know, I don't really fully understand what it is you're You're concerned with those, I'd like to.
Yeah, so these are all time and materials not to exceed, and we end up with 1 month that cumulatively. These ones,
These are all the previous ones.
What month are we talking?
um, July. We end up with 1 month that water operations are 12,180. Wastewater operations are 1,940. Where I believe the time and materials has a monthly not to exceed. 31 or 38 something.
Is there some sort of emergency exception to that? Alter,
I'm not aware of any emergency of that not to exceed.
okay,
So I would think,
You want me to have that contract or you want me to?
I think it's one of the ones you sent
Which
me
one
before.
you sent? Yeah, so it should be the operation.
Yeah,
I can scan this still and this part.
that's what that sub explanation is, that's what I haven't seen, so I'll have to break down these.
Oh.
oh, this is amendment still on.
So what is the amendment?
To exclude APAC, invoice 15,570 pending further examination.
Do we need to say, well, I guess we don't need to say by. Examination, investigation.
And you're worried about July? Or this is August on here.
No, the bill.
No, bill is, so
July
this is the
hours.
breakdown, 360 for DW project engineering, 12,180 for water operations, 1,940 for wastewater, 180 for north water tank engineering, 130 for building official hours, 780 for planner. So, yeah. All right, everybody. Kathy?
I was wondering, what is the alternate attorney? What was that for?
That was for Mr. Schutz, and it
Yeah.
was, so draft is settlement agreement, email to board president, Mr. Coons, correspondence to board president. Request for budget of attorney's hours, and then email, review and forward settlement agreement, 1.9 hours. 250 an hour.
So he sent, that's
This was
right.
from June 2nd, June 5th, and then that one was June 19th.
That's right. We had him draft a settlement, some kind of settlement. Well, did we ever get that?
Yeah, no,
Uh,
it's part of the email that, yeah, I saw it. It's in an email.
Just the email with,
Yeah, let me look at it here.
I
Shoot,
didn't think that was ever approved. I thought we told them we were just gonna wait.
no, it wasn't.
No, it was approved to have him.
I wasn't copied.
Shoot.
Yeah, I doubt.
It doesn't come from Shoots, it comes from. a
Siegel,
different-
Barnett, and Schutz is the
Yeah,
attorney.
I don't think I can find it, but
Because I only have one under Kathy Mitchell, who sent it.
Well, I know it was
Bill.
approved, so can you maybe track that down and
Yeah.
sure we all get a copy of it?
Oh, here it is.
It was a proposal
that-
for, I think we
Oh,
put
that's
together a
the-
proposal to settle with the Preston.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to draft something too, so I mean, maybe
Okay.
it would help me
Yep.
and save me some time, maybe
Yes.
billing, if I can sort of build on what I did.
Yeah, if you want to, See if you can find that
Yep, I
tomorrow.
will, and then kind of forward to everybody.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so we have that amendment on the floor.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Passed. Back to the main motion. Any further discussion? The main motion, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so claims, okay. Water department report, we don't really have one.
I did want to discuss under here. I don't know if we can.
What,
The radium, do we have a plan to get the media all working and get the radium out of the water?
so we had,
What's the thought?
we had a, conference call, DANR, the, bond council.
Jennifer Sykes.
Yeah, a whole bunch of, we were all, yeah, and me, Faye, and Scott were there. Anyway, so what kind of came down is that, really using the existing loan, if we were to even gonna entertain it, would basically strictly limit us to the designs and everything that was already in place. And they really were leaning against doing that, like really leaning against doing that. And considering that that plan was kind of terrible, the idea of stuffing, the treatment inside the north well house and only treating the north well when we have two wells that both produce radium, just pretty much came to is that I think everybody was on board with us. The best plan for us would be to go back to square one and do it right and dial it in and do a completely new loan and everything. But there are that we didn't, I guess, go after before. There are grants, there are other lending programs. So it sounds like the redo the old resolution is just not something that many people are comfortable with.
Okay, so we have the means to get the radium out of the water, but we're not going to do that right now because why?
Because the engineering designs to do it the way it was going to be done are terrible.
Are we going to sell this media back to someone and do a completely different design, or can we use the media that we have?
My understanding is that media is pretty standard.
So we could use this, what we have.
Yeah,
So,
it's not the equipment or the media or any of that that was wrong. It's the actual engineering, how it was put together.
and you don't want to hire an engineer to do that?
No, I do.
make up
I
a
just
new
want to
plan?
make sure it's a really, really good water engineer.
Can we put that on the next agenda? Because I just don't want that media to sit in there for a year. I want to get the radium out of the water. So that's why I asked if we can get that on the agenda, or if you're wanting to do something more than just hire an engineer and get that started. You wanting to
Yeah.
apply for a grant? You mentioned a grant, so.
I think maybe we need to do some education on what's actually involved with being able to even qualify for a loan or a grant or anything. And it starts with the facilities plan, water facilities plan. Right now, the facilities plan has a not very effective plan.
Yeah.
Radium treatment.
My concern is that we have the means to fix this problem, and I don't want it to sit there for for a year. I'd like us to fix this particular problem as soon as possible, since we have the meeting.
Mm-hmm. It's a long process. One meeting ain't gonna get anything. Just finding an engineer ain't really gonna get anything because we need to RFP this anyway.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
That's extremely disappointing.
What?
that we're gonna take a long time to get this fixed.
I'm not gonna say it's, we're gonna take.
You know? No, but we're just so close to getting it fixed and now we've got,
That's the thing is we weren't. We were so close to making another bad decision. We were.
by
really
using our
really
current
close
pump house instead of expanding it.
By only treating one well.
And one well
That's
is
something
better
that
than
we
no
need.
wells.
Have you seen the design for what was gonna be the new pump house over by the new tank? Have you seen the design for what was gonna be the pump house for that?
Yes,
Are you aware it was a garden shed?
yes.
Prefab garden shed was gonna hold
It, how big does it have to be?
big. Made of something that won't
Right.
blow away in the wind is kind of a strong suggestion when you're building infrastructure.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
We already have one sheep shed, we really don't need a second. Yeah.
All right, well, let's keep it on the agenda,
No,
every
we
agenda.
just need to identify water engineers,
Okay,
not general, gonna do everything for us, town planner, building inspector, locates. We need
Yeah.
a water engineer, identifying a water engineer is high priority.
all right.
So who does that?
So AE2S is one of the most known. They're also priced accordingly for what they're capable of doing. At DGR, I think Interstate has engineered some stuff in the past, so I guess what I would want to do before looking at these numbers, I think what I would want is to sit side by side these numbers and their engineering drawings and look and be like, is this drawing correlate to these numbers?
We need to get bids, but we also need to get along. That's what I hear.
So
I mean, what goes
you
first?
can't apply for the loan
Yeah.
unless you have the DANR approved plan of exactly what you're gonna do with it.
Mhm.
Can't do that until you've got
Yeah.
perfectly engineered plans. You can't do that until you find a water engineering company. Not a plating engineering company or
Can we
a
do that next
transportation
week?
engineering company, but a water engineering company.
I mean, if
No,
you
we
think,
can't.
why not? Why can't we get a water engineering company next week?
Do you have one in mind?
Sure.
Who?
I mean, we have a whole bunch of them in here, and you just mentioned one that you like too. So why don't we ask them for bids? Or
That's quotes.
quotes?
And
Yeah.
we really
And
need
it's
to correct the use of
professional.
bids and quotes.
That's
So
true.
we
You're
need to
right.
stop using bids where we should be using quotes.
Yes.
And that's another thing is if we stop doing all of our eggs in one basket mistake and we individually identify firms for each individual project, we won't have to bid. Because we'll be way under those expense costs. We'll be like, this is the thing I want you to engineer. I don't want to put together a big $100,000 package for this year. I want you to engineer this exact thing. Nothing more. I don't want you to tell us how to plan our town's future. I don't want you to tell us what contractors to hire. I want you to design this thing.
So if I come to the next board meeting, September 1st, with a couple of engineer firms that specialize in water, and I have their rates, what else do I need besides their rates to get us to the point where we're ready to say, yeah, create the design for us so that we can move forward?
What design are you going to ask them to create for?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I just want to use this radium. You're telling me that we need to, I want to get rid of this radium. So you're telling me that we need them to do a larger building and do both tanks.
Well,
Oh, wells, thank you.
yeah, I mean, we've got boat anchors scattered across town. We need to stop building them.
Mhm.
We need to stop building boat anchors. So yeah. It doesn't have to happen overnight because that's what gets us in these situations, trying to make things happen overnight. So slow and steady, careful. We'll get there. Anything else?
So do you want her to bring the names of water engineers?
So it's not about just getting,
Yes, want me to.
it's not about just getting names. It's about going to an engineer and saying, this is exactly what we want you to do. This is exactly what we're trying to accomplish, and we would like you to specifically say how you would do it. So, as an example, the Tower Hill. We want to fix the drainage on Tower Hill. We want a culvert here. We want a ditch here. This is what we want. What would you charge us to do the engineering for this, specifically this plan? Bring us a proposal of what you would charge us to engineer that plan. That's basically, so another one would be, we need a line to finish the connection to the new tank from that hydrant. Here's the drawing that we have that was going to be implemented. Here's what it actually is now. What would you charge us to engineer the difference? It's not, let's bring an engineer's name and say, well, we're gonna hire you, start working. This is exactly what we.
No, I thought an engineer was someone who would come in and help plan that for you. Because how can we possibly know everything that needs to be done?
You have to give them a roadmap. No, you don't need to know the details. You don't need to know, all right, we need to move this much dirt. So you could be as simple as that. We need a line. This is what we have here. This is the drawing of our current structure, specifics, what you expect from. That's our job, whether normal people can be expected to know that or not. We have to. That's why we're in these chairs.
I thought you had people to advise you.
Yeah, we used to. Well, I'd like it to be on the next agenda so that we can talk about it again.
I think we're moving ahead just a little bit. I think we need to slow down and take care of some of these other fish we got in the frying pan.
We got a lot.
Well,
Yeah, we
we
got.
need to concentrate instead of jumping all over.
I'm pretty sure that radium was, I don't think there's an expiration date on it. So I think we're okay there. And I know our current well is producing twice what we need. And I know it just survived a month running nonstop without trouble at all.
Thank goodness.
So we're not at all in trouble right now. We're not at all in a rush. We don't at all need to immediately start finding more ways to spend money. I think we can take it slow for a bit.
All right, I have a couple things to bring up.
Sure.
Okay, Alan Sage is coming tomorrow, our new operator, and he's going to check on things and make some recommendations about what's in our buildings, what shouldn't be there, what he might need to do. I did get a hold to Tank Connection.
Oh, fantastic news, right?
Yes, and let's see, he is Doug Newby, the project manager, reaching out. And he said that the tank is designed for wind loads up to 124 miles per hour. Sitting empty should not be a problem.
So we don't have to fill the tank.
We don't. We do have to still check it. Right?
We have to
Good
do
point.
a test, but we need,
But we
then
have
we
to-
need
we have
immediate
other
drain,
problems.
essentially. Or at least drain it down. Yeah. We can't fill a tank and have it sit there full for the winter in South Dakota.
Right.
We're not that naive that we're gonna do that. So before we can even fill it though, is we need it drained. And now what I figured out is that, so Quinn got to the point where they realized the designs were incorrect to the point where they couldn't actually fill the tank at all because there was an open pipe underground. They dug it up, they put a valve on it. Seemed like a good idea at the time. In hindsight, not great because there's no drain line implemented. So we're gonna need at least one more valve, possibly two. One more if we reuse that existing valve, they just put in two more if we want to be able to drain. So we need a little bit of engineering there. So maybe that's a great project for to send to a water engineer is get the plans for the tank as built, contacts Quinn Construction, what is it right now? And say, all right, we need to add this in order to be able to fill this tank. So right now, the line comes out of the tank to a valve. We need to have a drain line. So we need to come out, we need to T. We need to go to another valve. then we need to go through another valve, and then we need to stub. Or we tee in here, in between where they put the current valve that they added, and then put a valve off that tee. That's the perfect thing to hand to a water engineer and say, what would you charge us to engineer this? Because we need to send those plans to DANR and get this moved. Yeah. So we can leave the tank empty, we have to fill it, then we have to drain it, then we have to leave it empty. But we have to do work and spend money before we can even fill it and drain it.
So we don't have to really do anything to it this fall yet.
In order for Quinn Construction's contract to be released, we have to fill it to overflow and let it.
So we're gonna drain it to.
That's the problem. We don't physically have
Well,
drain
that's
line.
what I mean.
So we've been engineered into a corner where we have to spend more money to complete, to let the contractor complete their contract and vacate.
Well, it was, if I have an opinion, it's pretty dumb the way it was engineered, started with, without having a drain on it. I mean, you don't fill something,
That you can't drain.
or even I can do that.
All right, water, anything more on water? No, sewer? Oh, yeah.
Kyle at the end.
Kyle, yeah, Kyle, he told me that he's gonna keep us informed if anything gets to the point where we need something done, that he'll make sure to reach out and let us know so we don't fall too far behind. Alan does also do sewer. We need to move toward fully decommissioning. I believe we need to move toward fully decommissioning and, shutting down the treatment plant, the wastewater treatment plant, to the point where it's essentially in hibernation, stasis, whatever you want to say, completely turned off, completely stabilized, completely dormant, and just run on lagoons. Because if we're only running on lagoons, we're not a waste treatment processor, we're just waste treatment
lagoon.
accumulator.
It's
So-
my understanding that's already done.
Not to the point where it can stay that way. I think it was shut down and just basically shut down. We want,
It was winterized.
he winterized it?
Yeah,
Who did?
that's what he told me. Yeah, I talked to him about it on the 10th of August, and he said it's winterized. Nah, not John.
If it didn't come from John, then it doesn't
yeah.
count.
I mean, I could ask John.
Yeah, it needs to be winterized essentially as if we're gonna wait until population hits 1,000 before we turn it back on.
That's,
Because DNR says we don't need it. We could probably even discharge without it. But we can't really discharge because we keep hemorrhaging water out of our lagoons and it's running dry, and that actually causes us more harm than good.
So we paid for another boat anchor.
let me find out. I'll put that on my to-do, but, I mean, I'll double check, but I was told it was winterized, so.
Okie dokie. Very good. Hopefully, if that's the case, then we'll just go out and verify, take pictures of its current status, lock the door, and shut off power and say, sleep well. Right, that sounds good. All right, streets. Nothing on streets. Law enforcement.
I got a couple things.
Okay.
School starts again next Tuesday. Yay.
Oh,
And we have got to turn the lights on.
Okay.
And I seen a little tidbit information, which I think is great. They're going to have a school pickup out by Dollar General.
yeah.
And they're going to pick up from 7:15 and they will depart at 7:30. They will drop off again from 3:30 or 3:45 to 4 o'clock. I think that's awesome. That is very, and that will save the people out there that were, because I'm sure 90% of them were. And that way their kids will get to school safely and they won't have to worry about picking them up.
Very good.
Yeah, I think that's great, great.
Other than that, pretty quiet. The rally seemed to go fine. No
Yeah,
chaos
I
throughout the
agree,
town.
yeah, I think the TW, we had some out at the Lazy Lair, but it wasn't, we weren't bombarded. They said that they, I think they said the numbers are down.
Yeah.
So, when we have somebody down in our development, I guess maybe I should call her. Speed down Ferguson Street, a red pickup.
That's not the one I was thinking.
Oh, there's a little red pickup. They live right at the very end of Ferguson.
The sheriffs can't do anything.
For
Well,
speeding.
can I?
Not town roads. They don't
Can I
count.
throw a log out there with a few nails in it? It's awful, cause that one
Anybody
day,
can do anything they want. It's a consequence. that
yeah,
considered.
well, that one day he was out and the next thing I knew, he was flying back in and I go, gosh, you need to slow down.
Mhm.
And I don't know if this is the kid or I don't know who's driving the pickup, but I know where they live.
Alrighty, and
No, I just think that the pickup for the kids are, I think that's good.
I'll be checking that out. Right away. I'll be checking that out.
Right.
Yeah,
It could be a good, really good for me.
yeah,
yeah.
abatements, complaints. This RV parking thing.
I know, we haven't done anything, I don't know.
Okay, economic development.
Sauer is doing great. He's happy to give back to the town of Hermosa. He said we deserve it for all his shenanigans as a teenager here. So he's delighted. I can't think what his last name is right now. Is it Mitchell? I don't know. I'd have to look him.
Chuck Stone's grandson.
Chuck Stone's
Jones grandson.
Chet Stone, remember Chet?
Yeah.
He was an electrician.
What's his first name?
Chet. Oh, the guy that has the thing, his name's Peter. Peter
Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Really
I
nice
didn't
guy.
know Chet Stone.
Grandfather. Yeah, he does.
Okay, finance office, monthly financials.
Over there.
We're only over on a few things. Not too bad.
Where are we at now?
Well, expenses is just a water. That'll go down.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Anything to discuss there? Okay, closure of town office Friday, September 4th.
I make that motion that we close the town office on Friday, September 4th, so you can enjoy a long.
Second.
Made and seconded, further discussion?
Have fun.
There we go. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and here we are. Closing comments from the public. Mr. Alfred?
So I'm hoping we got to get that sewer fixed. I know when Mr. Simpson come up, he asked if there was anything else you needed. Normally on repairs, maintenance, if we had a digging permit, right away permit on hand, it was fine. But that was where we went, especially when it was a dire need or a repair that was in the shape that this is. We're gonna end up having rapid router over for the fourth time now, just not being able to get to it. But the aspect is, that I don't know, Sherry was gonna look and see if there was a digging permit, a right of way permit for the other ones, fix the other ones on Manning. And I know with this one down below, when you guys investigate that and see that that was a brand new construction put in and tapped and without any permits and they need to repair over here. I've turned the permits in, I paid the fees. But if nobody else paid the fees, I know when the water main was broke on Fifth Street, he got one the first time, but never got one the second time, and went back in and dug it and cleaned it up. So I'm asking that we be allowed to go ahead, fix that sewer line before we have to have rapid breathing out again.
Yeah, no, I think it was pretty clear in the video, right? The issues with that line, they're all on the private property. And as long as it's on the private property, then there's no issue with the working in the right of way and there's no need to dig near the mains. The dips in the line that are causing all the clogs for expert sewer installer, that they need to, it's all private property that needs to be dug up and repaired.
And we find that it's the main. that's
No,
the
it's not the
problem.
main that's the problem, it's the dips.
We'll be taking pictures.
Service line,
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Very obviously, when you watch the camera go down and it's going down a pipe and then it dives and then it has to come back up.
But very end of that pipe at 84 feet, and you see all the roots, all the discoloration of where that bad tap is.
Right, so you're having a main backup, or you're having service line backup, and that service line dips and then comes back up. And you're insisting that it's not backing up because of that.
Correct.
It's backing up because of roots,
And
even
when
though that
rapid
camera
rivers-
could go through the roots.
And Rapid Rooter is saying that also. That is not the problem, and in a report, they admittedly say that it's because it's a bad tap.
But if you got roots on your property,
And
That's
if
what
it's on
caused the
property,
problem.
we have no problem, when it's dug up, it's gonna be, since we have no inspector. And nobody here to verify, other than our sewer person, to come over and see it, and pictures will be taken. It's the same precedence, it's the town's main and the town.
if it's on private property, it's your problem.
So the idea here is that they're gonna dig up the main, make repair the main, and blame it all on the town, when in fact, the issues with the system,
Oh,
because
no,
there's a
that's-
severe problem in the service line on private property, where that line is dipping down and then coming back up, which always, everybody knows that causes sewer backups. Everybody knows that a dip in a sewer line always causes backups, and we watch the dip happen.
And if you want to make that assumption in your mind, that's one thing, but that's not what we're at all. All we're here is for fairness, and that right is right. If it's our problem, it's our problem. If it's a city name, that's a problem. There will be photographs indicating every single bit of that. The other part, I like what Trina said, the WRP design. The first design we ever did on that was able to be housed in the pump house up there, was able to be where it could situate both wells and treat both wells. At the $500,000. The latest one that was presented at hundred and some thousand, I feel was only appropriate for one well. Where the other one could treat two wells, and we could still use it under our present facility plan without going back. There was monies that was set aside for that and used for that. And I appreciate Trina's concern about wanting to get rid of the rate. But I would love an opinion from the members about repairing that sewer line.
All right, any further comment from the public? Okay, trustee input? Ms. Ferguson?
I feel it was a very good meeting, long, but very good, and I feel I think we gained some respect back from most of the citizens that have voted for us. That they are being told as to what is going on in town. And I appreciate that from the board.
Transparency goes a long way, right? Trustee Miller?
As far as the sewer, mini sewer. Yes, I think you guys, you need to get that private property area fixed. It is a problem that the tap came off, but if the town is responsible, then I think we should do the hiring, really. And that should be under us, not you guys bring us a bill, for whatever. And we do the hiring for that. As far as right now.
Trustee Matheny?
Yeah, I mean, I trust Roto-Rooter. I've used them myself and I trust their assessment. If they're saying that it isn't the dip that's the issue and it's the tap, then that's what we should pay for. Ideally, yeah, the
As
town would
long as
bring in.
they fix their issues first.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
I-
to not dig into the main.
And
We're not-
not
We
mess
never
with,
asked.
not mess
about
with
the main.
the
We're not saying that we're approving a payment on repairs to the main. Because all we're really going on is that there's private damages that they're willing to pay independently.
I'm just stating okay, so anyway, Roto-Rooter, I trust them and I think ideally it'd be great if the town could in a timely way contract that out and get it fixed. I worry about the timing on it, but anyway, so that's why I'm okay with townspeople bringing us the bill because that's one less thing that we have to
But
do.
sometimes it's unnecessary. And why should the town keep paying for all these
Wow,
sewer problems?
we have a new ordinance coming, so. But we will have some grandfathered ones in. I did take some notes on what's on the next agenda. And I just want to make sure that, I mean, we have a couple of sewer ordinance changes to make, and so hopefully this will be back on the agenda. And the brick grant will be on the agenda, of course. That legal opinion, if we're gonna do mediation or not, so I hope that that's on the agenda next time. We've got to do another planning and zoning. We have 3 permits that might need to be talked about. And I would like to see the MyGov sign up on the agenda so that we can talk about how people can get signed up, how we can notify them, what we can do to get that going. And maybe we put a poster out here or something. I will
What's
do
the poster gonna say?
on how to get signed up for
We
the.
have a meeting tomorrow with them.
texts. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
so I'm excited about that. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that I'm hoping we get that on the agenda next time so we know how to sign up for it. Tower Hill discussion, I will talk to that contractor again. Maybe I'll call more than one because I'm not liking what I've heard from him. I'm disappointed that this radium is not more important to the rest of the board, but I will continue to bring it up and do what I can to see if we can't get it done sooner rather than later.
It is important.
Well, obviously, there's other things that the board thinks is important. So that's disappointing. And I get there's steps, but I want the steps outlined at least so that we are all on the same page of what those steps are. I know that's a long list, but
3 minutes.
I'd like to take 10.
I'd like to go home.
I'm way past that.
Okay, that's fun. Yeah, this is a long meeting, way longer than it needed to be. So, I guess. Everybody spoke their piece, right? Good deal. What's left is executive session. Yeah, we could use about 5 minutes on legal, I think. Maybe.
Okay.
And, yeah, so I'll entertain a motion to enter executive session for legal.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Second at 10:10.
Made and seconded. All those in favor? Muting this.
Good idea. I wouldn't have thought of it. The other-
All right, entertain a motion, exit this executive session.
I make that motion.
We have a second.
Do we have a roll call?
And
And
25.
Second,
second,
second made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
I,
Aye. All right, I don't think we have anything actionable out of this, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make that motion to adjourn this meeting at 10:25.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned.
Okay.